In the depths of a Utah canyon, a weekend of bonding between two brothers turns into a nightmare. A simple mistake leaves one brother badly injured.
It was the worst pain I'd ever felt in my life.
Soaking, frozen, and miles from the canyon's exit, the other has no choice but to find a way out, alone in the dark.
It just continued to get worse and worse and worse.
But in such perilous terrain, can he even escape, let alone bring help before the sub-zero conditions kill his injured brother? Southern Utah. This iconic western landscape is the result of 25 million years of sandstone erosion, which have left deep canyons littered with boulders and pools of freezing water. It's harsh and uninhabited, which is exactly why it appeals to experienced canyoneers like Justin and Jeremy Harris.
Jeremy and I have shared a lot of experiences as we grew up as brothers.
Justin's always been an icon to me. He's always been someone that I looked up to.
Canyoneering is a passion that the brothers have shared since they were 7 years old.
We can share things that brothers don't very often get time to share.
Today they're going to tackle a remote canyon over 50 miles from the nearest town.
We were looking for something that would be a new adventure, something that was going to be a little bit more challenging.
They camp for the night and wake up to a freezing winter morning.
Hey, little brother, wake up. What time is it? It's time to go.
It had been a while since we'd been out on a hike, and November was, you know, it was a little later than we wanted to go.
It's freezing.
We both had done quite a bit of winter hiking, so it wasn't something that was foreign to us, but it's definitely something that's going to complicate matters.
You sure you're up for this today?
I thought about that question, and I think, yeah, maybe part of me as his older brother thought that I needed to make the final say.
Yeah, are you? Yeah, I'm up for it. We drove all this way, right?
I made the decision that we were going to go for it that day.
Justin!
We started double-checking all of our equipment, making sure that we had all of the hardware that we needed, that the ropes were ready to go. Our route was going to head up towards the pinnacle and then drop down into Baptist Draw. Basically, at that point, you know, it was like a little bit of kind of elation that we'd made the decision that we were going to go forward with this.
As they race towards the canyon's entrance, it's Jeremy, the younger brother, who's at a disadvantage. As a child, he suffered from a debilitating hip condition that led to a full hip replacement when he was only 21.
All of my growing up years, it was something that dictated what I was able to do and what I wasn't able to do.
Hip acting up? It's never liked the cold.
Jeremy's really suffered, and I was always a little bit in awe of the fact that with his artificial hip, he would push himself, and he would find a trail, or he would find a new peak that he hadn't climbed yet.
The brothers plan to follow a circular route. The descent into Upper Chute Canyon will take them 500 feet below the surface. To get back out, they must look for the side canyon at Chute Junction.
We were headed down ledges, and we were hopping from rock to rock and just kind of making our way.
The trail notes say that the route should take about 8 hours. The brothers know they need to complete it well before dark. The dangerous terrain and possibility of flash floods make a slot canyon no place to spend a night.
Are we waiting?
What?
Are we waiting or what?
The water looks way too cold.
There's a technique where you put your back against one side of the wall and your feet against the other side of the wall, and you kind of edge your way over the pools down below. As the canyon got a little bit more technical, it started taking us longer and longer to cover the ground that we needed to cover. I didn't get too concerned about the pace that we were making until we got to the rappel.
Is this it?
That's it.
The drop is too steep just to scramble down. They'll need to use ropes.
I could feel the cold wind blowing up into the canyon, and I was starting to get nervous at that point.
Justin had not rappelled ever before, had never even put a harness on.
How far down do you think that is?
6,000 to 7,000 feet at least.
You know, you're my least favorite brother.
I know.
It was a good drop.
It wasn't something that you would survive if you fell from.
See? It's nothing to worry about.
I'm not worried. A little terrified, maybe. Not worried.
You'll be fine.
Jeremy was getting quiet at that point, and I don't know if he was having some of the same thoughts I was having about what was happening and how long it was taking us to do this, but I know that things got really, really serious for us. When my feet hit the bottom, it was like huge relief. I thought, hey, that really wasn't too bad.
The scary element about technical canyoneering is once you go over a rappel, unless you leave your climbing rope there, you have no way back out. You have no choice but to continue.
The canyon has proven to be far more difficult than the brothers expected. They're now hours behind schedule.
The tension was increasing, the pressure was on. We really needed to get a move on. Well, it wasn't more than 100 yards, and we ran into a huge chokestone.
No, that's not on the trail notes.
It becomes basically a barrier that you need to climb up and over.
Got some water.
The last thing we wanted to do was fall down into one of these pools and get wet.
This looks pretty good. I think I can take this.
Well, let me get back up there.
I was confident that we could down climb it and not have any problem.
Jeremy, wait! Ah! Jeremy! Jeremy!
I remember when I heard that splash, that was the last thing that I wanted to hear at that point.
Jeremy! 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 Are you okay? Are you okay?
I can't believe I just did that.
Hold on, dear, I'm coming.
Both hypothermia and frostbite were a major concern. It's the end of November and it's in Utah. I don't know exactly what the temperature was during the day, but it was well below freezing.
Freezing. There's no way we're climbing out of here.
Just double time the rest of the canyon. Get back to camp.
Dusk is just 3 hours away and the temperature's dropping fast. Justin and Jeremy will have to move even quicker now if they're to have any chance of getting out of the canyon before dark.
More fire. Hot cup. It's real good right now.
I think we were even in a bigger hurry after that happened. I know I definitely was.
All right.
Now the weather, which has been deteriorating all day, takes a dramatic turn for the worse.
It probably wasn't 10, 15 minutes before there was maybe an inch of snow. It was very cold. And then we hit another big chokestone. I remember looking down over the back of it and looking at that pool and thinking, oh great, water again.
You think this canyon has something against us, do you?
Yeah, I think it might just.
It was a very tricky down climb, even though it wasn't far. There were very few handholds and very few places to stand on the way down.
And footing was a little slippery because of the snow.
I'm slipping. I'm glad you were there.
And I remember just holding on to his hand because that was the firmest thing that I had to hold on to.
Okay.
I remember feeling a shift in his movement and believing he was going to jump to the floor because it really wasn't that far. I let go.
And the next thing I know, I'm basically falling.
Justin!
I knew without a doubt I had just broken my leg, and all I could do was scream. It was the worst pain I'd ever felt in my life.
Just stop screaming, you gotta calm down!
I had never quite heard someone scream in pain like that. It was a really helpless feeling to hear him scream like that in pain and not be able to do anything for him.
Just take it easy, bro! Get up and help me! Get out of the water! Come on!
And I could really feel how bad he was hurt. It was very obvious that that there were things in places where they shouldn't be.
It's really bad, Justin.
Justin's shin bone is shattered in 6 places. Internal bleeding is already restricting blood flow to other parts of his body. They don't know it, but this injury could kill him.
Okay. What time is it?
I remember thinking that my brother has an artificial hip. He can't carry me out. I can't walk out. I can't crawl out, and I'm stuck here.
We're gonna get through this.
You think?
We're gonna make it.
If I was gonna get out of there, it was gonna be up to Jeremy.
That was really hard to be the one to take charge because forever before, he was the person that I would look to when I didn't know what to do.
4-5-hour trek back to the car.
When I looked in Jeremy's eyes, I could tell just how scared he was.
Really bad.
You got maybe an hour of light.
I was gonna leave him there and hike out, which is really hard to do for the fact that, one, it's my brother that I know and love very much, and 2, that real soon I'm gonna be by myself.
Okay, you're gonna have to move me. Up against the wall, out of the wind.
You ready?
Okay, just do it, do it!
I think both of us knew just how serious of a situation we were in.
Justin's in real danger. Between his injured leg and the freezing temperatures, his chances of survival decrease with every passing hour. Jeremy needs to move on. It's another 4 miles to the side canyon exit, and the light is fading fast.
That's the side canyon there, right?
I'll just crow's nest it up here. Double time it back to the car. Call for help.
Just
Get it.
Just take it one step at a time. How you feeling?
Good. Considering I've never been this scared.
When we started divvying things out and going through the backpack, we came across my camera. And one of the last things that we did was take a picture of each other because I remember saying, well, we better take a picture of each other if we don't ever see each other again.
I thought that maybe I might never see him again. And those things, yeah, those things go through your head.
Remember I was saying about you being my least favorite brother?
I never liked you much either.
Hey, chair.
Yeah.
How do you think the hike's gone so far? Be careful.
Okay.
I could see him for a while before he went out of sight. And I remember telling him, think happy thoughts. and you can do it.
According to the trail notes, Jeremy should be out of the canyon in 4 hours. But so far, the route has proven more difficult and far slower than expected.
I think we were both pretty confident that I was going to be out soon and I could call someone and we'd get him out of that canyon. Had no idea what was really going to happen.
But Jeremy can't find the side turning that will lead him back out of the canyon to the car. And he's running out of daylight.
When it went from light to dark, it was so hard to conceive how far I'd gone, but I kept thinking that I had gone too far. And I ran into pools. And lots of them. At that point, I didn't have a choice whether I was going to get wet or not. What I was looking for was the last canyon that would take me back to near where we started. And I had these trail notes in a pocket on the side of my leg, which was open. It was unzipped and didn't realize that. I looked down and watched water wash into that pocket and wash my trail notes out. It's so murky and so muddy, you can't see anything in it. But just probing through the water with my hands trying to find it, I couldn't find it. So I continued on.
It's been 5 hours since Jeremy left his brother, and there's still no sign of the side canyon.
The sense of time was kind of messed up for me. But as I'm sitting there freezing to death and trying to stay alive, you can't help but think that we may have been a lot better off going golfing that weekend. And then I hear little scratching noises, what sounds like something's fidgeting around. And it's completely dark and I can't see anything.
Hey. What are you doing down here?
As soon as I located this little guy, it was kind of great to have somebody there with me, even if it was a little mouse.
A nut? A raisin? A freeze-dried banana? Get some of that in here. You look like a nut kind of guy to me. Oh, personally, I prefer the raisins.
We kind of became pals there for a little while. And then he scurried off. I was almost sad to see him go.
Jeremy has now been searching for the side canyon exit for more than 9 hours.
When you're in a pool of water that's that cold and you're having to put out that much energy, it's exhausting.
He is disoriented by the darkness, wet and freezing cold. The physical and mental punishment is becoming unbearable.
The whole time it had seemed as if it cannot get worse than this. And it just continued to get worse and worse and worse. It was so cold outside that I wasn't really wet, more like frozen. And I would have these clods of ice that would build up that I would have to break off in order to just continue moving.
Jeremy is close to collapse. He desperately needs to rest and dry out.
I decided it was time to rest. And there was driftwood that looked dry, and built a very large fire, a fire that's about 4 times the size as I would normally build. But it was so cold that I had to be so close to the fire to get warmth from it. Almost had to lay in it. I just wanted to feel dry for a minute. And at the same time, it was very hard to do. I felt really guilty stopping and building a fire. More guilty than I'd ever felt before.
Jeremy needs to get going again as soon as he can, but exhaustion gets the better of him, and before he knows it, he's passed out next to the fire. Deep in the canyon, Justin is beginning to realize just how badly his leg is hurt.
I start feeling this interesting sensation, and I haven't checked on my leg in a while, but it feels like maybe I'm bleeding. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing these blisters, these huge blisters that are coming to the surface on my leg. They're rupturing and the fluid is running down my leg. And the swelling has gotten a lot worse. And I didn't know exactly what to make of this. I knew it couldn't be good.
Swelling in Justin's broken leg has created so much pressure that blood fluids have burst the veins and capillaries to create fracture blisters. If infection sets in, Justin could lose his leg.
Hey, little brother. Wake up.
What time is it?
Time to go.
I burnt almost everything. Burnt my pants and burnt my jacket, but thankfully didn't start on fire myself. So I put myself together and headed back to where I'd left off.
Jeremy should have been out of the canyon by now, but in the dark and without trail notes, he has missed the side canyon exit. Now his every step takes him further away from civilization and any hope of rescue for his brother. Justin is starting to succumb to the effects of immobility and bitter cold. He can feel himself slipping into unconsciousness.
I know that if I fall asleep, if I get too comfortable, I might not wake up. And I'm thinking, I have to come up with something that's going to keep me sharp, that's going to keep me from going into shock. And so I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about my family, my wife, and my 4 children. And the thought comes to me, just repeat over and over again their names and their birth dates.
Madison Patricia Harris.
April 5th, 2000.
Tanner Justin Harris.
July 28th, 1996.
Mackenzie Susan Harris. Mackenzie Susan Harris. May 1st, 1995.
And my oldest boy, Skylar Christopher Harris.
Skylar Christopher Harris, December 3rd.
And I knew if I can do this 100 times and I don't get anything wrong and I don't forget what I'm doing, then I'm doing okay.
Deep inside the canyon, Jeremy hits a series of sharp drops, and for the first time realizes that he is completely lost.
I'm going the wrong way. There were definitely points that made me strongly question that I was not in the right place.
Maybe I veered off.
Jeremy's exhaustion is adding to his confusion. Instead of listening to his instincts, he plows on, getting further and further from the canyon's only exit.
Something was wrong. I knew something was wrong. And I hadn't seen my side canyon.
And the terrain is getting worse and worse. In daylight, this climb would be a challenge. In the dark, it's practically suicidal.
Patricia Harris. April 5th, 2000. Mackenzie Susan Harris. Mackenzie Susan Harris. May 1st, 1995. Skylar Christopher Harris. December 3rd. Patricia Harris.
I got stuck. And all of a sudden I realized that one of my worst fears is happening, that I might be starting to lose grip on the situation. And that really scared me. And so as painful as it was, I pretty much forced myself to stand up and endure some pain to try and get my system in check. Pain would just shot right up in through my nerves, right up into my knee. It was terrible, but it woke me up.
The way I'm going, that's the way.
The state of mind that I was in was really insane.
How do you know that?
Really emotional.
Don't.
I didn't feel like I was talking to God,
You sure this is the right way?
but I had to talk to somebody.
I'm going the wrong way.
You know, I'd have moments consumed by negative thoughts. What if Justin hasn't made it? You know, why is he sitting there and not me?
I'm out there, and it seems like it's been forever since Jeremy's left. And ever so subtly, I start to see changes in the light. And high above me, it looks maybe a little bit differently. And unless I'm hallucinating at this point, unless I'm starting to see things, I've probably made it through the night. And it was almost like a new awakening. It was a new day, and I was never so glad to see the sun come up.
Jeremy has somehow survived the series of perilous climbs. But tragically, he still hasn't realized he's been going in the wrong direction for almost half the night.
And I came to another area that was a choke in the canyon and walked up on top of it, and it was about 60 feet to the bottom. I didn't have a rope or a harness, and my thought was,
Jump in. Good idea.
I was going to jump off the top of this into this pool.
Jeremy is so exhausted that it's affecting his judgment. There is no chance that he will survive this jump.
Jump in. Yeah.
And I picked up this rock and threw it off. I remember watching that rock fall through the air and hit the pool. I instantly My mind switched. I was like, no, what are you thinking? That's impossible. That's ridiculous.
I don't know how much more this I can take.
Immediately, my thoughts reversed, and my plan changed to go back to Justin.
It's a dead end. All that Jeremy wants to do now is get back to his brother. Ironically, for the first time in almost 12 hours, he's going the right way.
And then I realized what it was going to take to get back there.
He's got to climb back up the cliffs that last night he risked his life scrambling down.
It was literally having to do the impossible.
For Justin, daylight brings a new sense of hope that rescue is on its way.
I could see the sunlight on the cliffs above me changing, and it's getting closer to me. And it's warming up a little bit. For the first time since I had been out there, it was almost bearable. And I'm sitting there, going through the hours and the calculations in my mind, and I'm feeling really good about where I'm at, and I'm feeling great about where Jeremy's at. I'm thinking in my mind that he's probably back to camp, and he's got help coming, and I'm gonna get out of here, and I'm gonna have one heck of a story to tell. And hopefully my wife won't kill me when I get home. And I'm laying there, and I'm just about as relaxed as I've been the whole time. And then the sun goes away.
Jeremy has now been climbing through the canyon for over 24 hours. He's exhausted, but driven on by a single thought: to get back to his brother.
Climbing up and taking so much energy, getting part of the way or most of the way up, I had never felt so drained. It was extremely hard to climb. Some of the hardest things that I've ever had to climb up in my life.
I'm thinking that by now I should have seen somebody. I had to accept the fact that as positive as I was about the situation and as hopeful as I was about my situation, that it wasn't looking really good for Jeremy. And now it wasn't looking really good for me.
Looking back on it, climbing up these pour-offs, what I remember of it, maybe faced with knowing that it was impossible, I was able to find strength inside me somewhere and abilities that I didn't believe I had or existed. It's strange to think about, and I truly don't know how, but I made it.
Jeremy? Jeremy!
I'm thinking about my brother out there somewhere, and I'm picturing him frozen somewhere because it's too cold and he just can't make it. And I'm starting to lose hope. And I started to think that maybe he was dead.
But as Justin struggles with his fears, miles down the canyon, Jeremy is suddenly confronted by his terrible mistake. He stumbles across the side canyon exit. Disoriented by the darkness, he simply missed it the night before.
It was so obvious. I can't conceive how I would have missed it, other than just the state of mind that I was in. I definitely should have seen it.
Finally, Jeremy has a chance of escaping from the canyon and getting help for his brother. The brothers' camp should be 20 minutes from the side canyon exit, but after 2 hours of searching, he still can't find it.
I really wasn't sure where camp was at. My tent has a yellow rainfly over it, a bright yellow rainfly, and Justin's car is red. And off in the distance, I saw red and yellow, and I saw it as clear as day. And literally dropped to my knees and was so thankful that I was back. And I'm on my knees and I look up and it wasn't there. I wasn't seeing what I thought I saw. It was kind of just the roller coaster ride continuing.
Jeremy may be out of the main canyon, but he cannot find the trail back to his camp, and in just 2 hours the sun will set. At the bottom of the canyon, Justin's battle for survival has become one of sheer will and faith in his brother.
I knew he would do everything that he possibly could to get out of that canyon and to get help in for me. I knew he wouldn't give up, no matter what.
It's really hard to convey to someone how exhausted I was. I'd gone so far beyond what I had imagined my limits were. I wasn't sure whether I should believe that it was really there or not. I approached it, and it really was. I hadn't really even thought about my own physical condition. I was a wreck, and kind of amazed at the fact that I was even alive.
It should have taken Jeremy just 5 hours to reach their camp. Getting lost means it's taken over 26.
I open the car and grab his cell phone, and it's dead. Plug it into the car lighter to get some power and waited a minute.
After the superhuman effort that Jeremy has made to escape the canyon, he faces a final cruel twist of fate.
I couldn't get any service. I remember holding the phone up over the top of the car and couldn't get a signal.
As Jeremy tries to get through to help, Justin is struggling just to get from 1 hour to the next.
All you want to do is lay down and just go to sleep for a little while. And I thought about just how easy that would be. And I'm hoping that I can go through another hour. I can get through 2 hours, and then you get through that hour, and time passes.
Justin is beginning to realize that he faces another night in the canyon, a night he does not expect to survive. As the sun rises after a second night exposed to sub-zero temperatures, and with no idea if his brother is alive or dead, Justin knows he cannot survive much longer.
Hello? Hello? Oh! Hey.
And then all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see a face pop around this boulder. And I think we were probably both pretty surprised to see each other.
Justin, we see you. He's right over there. Base, we found him.
And it was like, you know, they're here. They made it. They made it down. It was wonderful.
So how are you feeling?
When I first got to Justin, just looking at him, I thought, boy, he's doing pretty good.
Well, aside from the shivering, I think I'm okay.
Shivering, it means that he is maintaining his core temperature on his own, so that was a good sign to me.
My brother Jeremy, where's he?
He needed some medical attention.
Why, what happened?
No, he just got into a little disagreement with the canyon over who was tougher. But he's gonna be okay.
I was overcome with emotion. For the first time, I knew that you know, he was out for sure. And I'm getting out of here now.
Right. Let's take a look at that leg.
I cut up his pant leg just enough to expose the injury where his leg was, and it just totally took me by surprise. As soon as I saw his leg, I knew that we had a very serious situation.
Although Justin seems okay, toxins and poisons have built up in his shattered leg to such a degree that moving him risks releasing them into his system.
When your blood doesn't circulate down through your body continuously, acids build up in your body, and if they are rapidly released back into the system, they'll go to your heart and it'll kill you. I really thought at that time, he has a really high potential of losing his leg, but even more so of losing his life.
How bad is it?
I'm gonna get you some morphine before we move you.
At that point, I knew that it really was bad.
I need to get my patient out of here right now.
And I was probably a lot worse off than I thought I was.
Yeah, thanks.
And that was kind of a tough pill to swallow.
Good to go.
I'm laying flat on my back, and you know, for the first time, I'm getting a pretty good view of the canyon that we came down to see, and so I'm kind of looking around, and it's a nice canyon. When we finally got up over the lip of the canyon wall, all I could see was a bunch of faces that I didn't know, and they were all looking at me and smiling.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
You do great.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Justin, would you like to speak to your wife?
I says, yeah, I want to talk to her.
Trish?
And Tricia says, hey, are you okay? And I says, yeah, I'm alive. I love you, and I'm alive.
Jeremy and Justin are finally reunited in hospital in Salt Lake City.
And I remember thinking, he's just gonna go into surgery and they're gonna fix his leg. And he's gonna be just fine, and that's far from the truth.
Justin spent 90 days in the hospital and endured 13 operations. Despite all their efforts, the doctors were unable to save his leg.
It was too much to bear. I still felt so guilty.
Jeremy and I lived through something that we shouldn't have, and the experience of going through that with someone is powerful.
I think just being born of the same mother doesn't make you brothers, and the term brother is a very sacred term to me, and Justin's definitely my brother.
Neither Justin nor Jeremy has ever gone canyoneering again. But their bond as brothers is closer than ever since they survived that terrible weekend. Three British mountaineers attempt the climb of their lives in Alaska. But within sight of the summit, the weather stops them in their tracks.
Stay!
When frostbite threatens the life of one climber, the others must decide. Stay together and hope for a rescue that may never come, or leave their friend behind.
If we leave Nigel here, he dies.
One man risks his life to go for help alone. But tragedy strikes. He faces almost certain death, knowing his friends have little hope of rescue.
I've let them down. I've let my mates down, and they're probably going to die.
Mount McKinley is the highest mountain in North America. It stands in the Arctic Circle. It's one of the toughest climbs in the world. The team has set their sights on the 20,000-foot peak. They've been climbing for an energy-sapping 2.5 weeks and should be one day from the summit. Steve Bull has been climbing for 18 years and has conquered some of the highest peaks in the world.
For me, the mountain environment is a very special and beautiful place. Particularly Mount McKinley, it's one of the great wildernesses of this world. It's been one of my ambitions for a long time.
Anthony Hollinshead is Steve's best friend and his longtime climbing partner.
Climbing is predominantly having trust in your climbing partner. It's paramount that you know what the other's doing.
Nigel Vardy completes the three-man team. This is his first expedition with the others. He's an experienced climber, but he's never attempted a mountain as treacherous as Mount McKinley.
I sometimes suffer a little bit with confidence, and sometimes I have to say, Nigel, you can do this, you'll be fine. Originally, Steve had the dream of climbing McKinley. And really, we perhaps followed his lead. It would be the first big expedition that Nigel had done, so I think he was a little unsure of what was in front of him.
With Nigel coming into the team, it's obviously changes the team dynamics slightly, I suppose. Stephen and I were used to making decisions.
Nigel, you ready? There's an awful lot of pressure to work together well, because you are reliant on each other. Absolutely reliant. There is nobody else there.
Come on, let's get going.
There are a number of routes up Mount McKinley. One of the most popular is the West Buttress. But Steve, Anthony and Nigel have decided to tackle the much tougher West Rib route. After 17 days of severe climbing, they've reached their last camp at 16,000 feet. They aim to go for the summit tomorrow.
The night before the summit bed, we're in the tent. We're all pretty high. I think we're ready for it tomorrow.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, dehydrated meat or fish, or how about our lovely powdered vegetarian option?
He is a real comedy character to know, is Anthony. Full of life, always got a good laugh.
Hey, nice bit of colour you picked up today. You'll be in swimming trunks tomorrow.
Did you not put your sunblock on today?
Steve's quite the opposite. Steve's a very serious character.
Should be like a religion to you, Nigel. You know what the sun can do to your skin up here? Right. Fast up, fast down, OK? So let's strip all the unnecessary gear and pack a kit.
What we agreed? Frillies and tutus.
The conditions can be extremely hostile at this altitude. The team must be sure of the weather before they decide on making the challenging climb for the summit.
Base to Denson. Weather's looking fairly good for the next 24 hours.
Copy that, base. Good night. Good enough?
We better get some beauty sleep then, eh? To infinity and beyond.
Fellas, you should have had this done earlier.
He said, run for the summit, stick the flag on, get the photographs, and back down again.
To get to the summit and back before nightfall, they need to travel light. They leave the tent and most of their equipment behind.
The climb to the summit is about 4,000 feet from here, maybe a little bit more, and it's a lot to do in this altitude, so we've got to go light and get back down before it goes dark.
They now face one of the toughest sections of the climb.
Steve was sort of, come on, let's get on this thing, bang, 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 and away he went.
On the opening stages, I'm not doing bad at all. But as the day is progressing, I'm thinking that we're moving pretty slow and we need to keep it moving a bit faster.
It takes us such a long time to cover this. The time's really ticking away.
After hours of hard climbing, the team are already behind schedule. They've now reached an area known as the football field, a flat plateau just below the summit. But the weather is changing.
As we walked across the top of the football field, the wind started to increase rapidly.
The temperatures dropped to around -50 degrees centigrade, with the wind howling over the summit ridge at about 70 miles an hour. I don't know what that takes you down to, but it's cold, believe me.
Every step is just draining. You're almost crawling, really, just to sort of get your face out of the wind.
It can be like being hit with hailstones, frozen peas, if you've got exposed flesh.
Weather conditions on Mount McKinley are some of the most unpredictable in the world and can cause death by flash freezing in seconds.
We'd all got 17 days hard climbing behind us, which means you don't carry a lot of excess fat, which is what you need in a situation like this.
These conditions are very tough for all of them, but for one, the conditions are proving too much.
What I didn't realise was how cold Steve was getting. Steve was getting bitterly cold.
I can feel myself going down. I'm shivering, my teeth are chattering, my thought process is slowing down, I'm becoming lethargic.
Steve, who is leading the team, is beginning to feel the effects of hypothermia. He's literally freezing to death. They're at over 19,000 feet, and the temperature is plummeting. At such altitudes, the impact of an unpredicted storm like this is devastating. Steve is suffering badly. Anthony and Nigel know that they have to get him out of the freezing cold.
We need to look for shelter! Get somewhere safe, now!
Finding anywhere to hide up there is very difficult. You really are out on your own.
Wait! Up there!
By the grace of God, we found a crevasse at the base of the summit cone. We took our ice axes and opened the face of it up, which was very hard work.
I can feel myself going down. I'm shivering. Hypothermia is going to come soon if I don't get out of this wind.
It was a wind that was killing us. And once we were in there, I'm not going to say it was warm, but it was warmer.
Oh, God, please, easy.
As the cold's taking effect, your mind's slowing down, your reactions are slowing down, thought process is slowing down. So I'm relying then on others to take care of me.
Easy. I need you to hug me. I need you to get some warmth into me.
Steve asks me to sort of cuddle him, keep him warm, really.
You ever tell anyone about this at climbing club? And you're toast.
Anthony was talking to Steve quite a lot, and I think that probably came from the fact that they were great friends anyway. They'd known each other a long, long time, and Anthony just wasn't going to let him go.
Thirsty. Give us a drink. Nice drink. Let's see what we've got here.
Dehydration is a major, major problem.
The team begin to regret leaving their equipment behind.
What's that then, Nige?
We should have carried a stove to reheat and to get some warm food inside us and possibly a better drink inside us.
It's all right, mate. It's all right. Just calm down. I'm here, all right? So shh.
We got to radio for help. Get them to send help. We'll never get Steve down on our own, not in the state that he's in. We've got no choice.
I don't know. He's still shivering and moving. That's a really good sign.
Nigel and Anthony know that Steve would want to carry on. But they now must decide if they should call off the climb and send out a mayday call.
It's a very difficult decision to actually decide that we've got to make this mayday call because we don't know how Steve's going to react.
We need to call now rather than waiting till it's too late. Just hope there's enough charge in the battery to get through. Try to keep it warm, but it's so cold. Is it okay? We'll get a better signal outside.
Base camp! This is Expedition Denson. Do you copy? This is Expedition Denson, requesting urgent assistance. Over.
This is Base Camp. Base Camp receiving. If you're trying to reach us, we can hear your button being pressed, but no voice transmission. Repeat, your button, but not your voice.
I felt very happy to hear somebody else's voice, that there was somebody there. But they were really struggling to hear us.
We need you to respond by clicks. 1 click for yes, 2 for no.
And so they started off, are you this expedition? 1 click for yes, 2 clicks for no.
Are you Expedition Zambezi?
We just went down until they got a click for yes.
Are you Expedition Denson?
And at that point, they've got who you are, what route you're climbing, next of kin, equipment, all this information they can use.
The storm is too bad to rescue you tonight. We need you to call again in the morning.
What did they say?
I'm to call. Reconfirm our position in the morning. We've just got to get through tonight. Radio again tomorrow.
Steve? Nige! Steve, stop moving! Steve! Steve!
Steve is becoming dangerously hypothermic. And now Nigel is also losing his battle against the cold.
I don't realise I'm going hypothermic. And my own mind is shutting down.
Anthony must try to keep his 2 friends alive in temperatures of minus 30 degrees at almost 20,000 feet. It's been a long night, but eventually Anthony emerges to see if the weather at least may be changing for the better. With daybreak comes another surprise.
Morning. You seem disgustingly fit for a man who was a shivering wreck last night. Obviously these big manly arms of mine are stuffed.
Overnight, Anthony managed to slow the process of hypothermia by holding Steve's body close to his own, providing much-needed insulation against the cold.
It was a vast improvement from the previous night. Steve actually was in a good condition.
Come on, let's go and check where we are.
What about Nige?
Oh, we can get him later. Look, just like you and I, let's go and have a look at this mountain that we've been talking about for so long. Okay.
At this point, I'm still hoping to make it to the summit, for all 3 of us to get there.
Will you look at that?
It's there for the taking. Come on, let's go for it.
Steve, last night you were pretty bad, you know. Nigel thought, we both thought that he should radio a distress call.
What the hell did you do that for? And what did they say?
Nigel went outside to make the call. He said the radio didn't seem to be working.
One last push and we're there. So let's get back, radio base, and tell them that we're all fine now.
I'm sorry, mate, but you were a real mess.
It's fine. Really. Let's just get back, get Nigel, radio in, and push on.
Nigel still needs to radio in to confirm their position and let base camp know that their emergency is over.
I took the radio and I put it on the edge of the crevasse top while I hauled myself up and my rucksack. And I knocked it with my elbow. And just watched this little black dot go flying down the slope. And I thought, you prat.
Base camp, this is Expedition Denson. Do you copy?
It's dead. Which was a hell of a thing to realise.
Base camp, this is Expedition Denson. Please come in.
Your only means of contact with the outside world was gone. And it's the one thing that could save you, is being able to talk to people.
Nigel! Is everything okay? Guys, I'm so sorry. I've dropped the radio. I've broken it.
Nige, your face.
I'd missed this completely. I'd not realised it was happening. And he looked at me and I could feel his hand come up and pull. I got balaclavas here and it just pulls them over. And I can't feel this cold. I can feel numbness, but I can't feel any further.
I look at Nigel and I'm shocked. He's in a terrible state. The day before, he got sunburnt on his cheek, and overnight frost must have got into this because his face was swollen up the size of a football. I don't know how long he's going to last. We've just got to get him off.
Let's get you inside, eh?
Look, Steve, I'm so sorry. Maybe the two of you can push on. I know how important getting to the top is for the both of you.
Look, let's not worry about that now, okay?
Steve and Anthony took it fantastically well, actually, and I felt immensely guilty. Still do.
We've got to get down. Get him to a hospital and quickly.
The mountain will be here next year, be here the year after. If we leave Nigel like this, he might not be. We've got to get down.
With the radio now broken, all chance of communication is gone. It's a race against time for Steve and Anthony to get Nigel down the mountain. As soon as they start their descent, the team realize that Nigel is suffering from more than just frostbite.
When we set off back, it's obvious that Nigel is struggling, and we didn't realise that his eyesight was quite as bad as it was.
The swelling on Nigel's face has forced his eyes shut. He's becoming weaker and confused, slower with every step.
It's a feeling of being out of control.
Nigel! Keep moving!
He was falling over and tripping over. It was painful to see. Steve was starting to cool down as again, and that was becoming a concern for Steve. I am worried about both Steve and Nigel at this stage.
Stand left out. Put round me.
Go on, fellas! Keep the pace! Come on!
Put it round me.
Come on!
The temperature has now dropped to around -30 degrees. Nigel is slowing the team down, and Steve knows that it won't be long before he again succumbs to the cold.
got to get down. We've got to get somebody down now and organise a rescue. Tony, I can't keep going at this slow pace. I'm gonna go hypothermic again. I'm gonna have to go down on my own.
The decision when Steve says this to me is do I stay with Nigel or do I go with Steve?
If we leave Nigel here, he dies.
I didn't think Nigel was in a fit condition to sit it out on his own. I don't think he would have lasted very long if he'd been left to his own devices.
You're the only one who can make that descent on their own. It's up to you, mate. Are you sure?
It's very selfless of him to stay with Nigel.
You be all right? Will you? See you later. Steve. What's your step?
Somewhere in the back of my mind, I can hear some mumbling going on. And Steve walks away. And I'm looking at him, squinting, thinking, Steve, where are you going? And he's gone.
Nige, we're just gonna settle ourselves here for a while, okay? Yeah?
I'm trying to keep it from the forefront of my mind, but it's obvious that there is a chance that Nigel could die. It's a weird experience seeing Steve go off on his own.
It's a massive responsibility for me to get down, and I feel the weight of that responsibility. It's on my shoulders to make sure that these pair live.
Steve believes the lives of his friends now depend on him, successfully making the treacherous descent down the mountain alone to raise the alarm. He's decided to descend by the more popular West Buttress route, where he hopes he's more likely to meet other climbers. But it's not the route the team used for their ascent, so Steve has no experience of it.
The pressure's on to get down really fast now, but I can't pick out where the route's going. I'm worried at this moment that I'm not going to be able to get down quick enough for Nigel. I know that sometime Anthony will make a decision that he's got to get down if no one's come up to rescue him. And I'm worried that if he leaves that decision too long, he too is going to die up there. I need to get down as fast as I can.
Steve knows he has to find the most direct way down, no matter what the risks.
I'm going to go for the ice chute. I think it's the fastest option, and I can clearly see where I'm going. Down climbing is much harder than up climbing, and when you've not got a rope on or someone to care for you up above, the risk's high. My heart's pounding a little bit. Everything seems firm, everything's holding. Okay, big breath, come on, let's go.
Good. Solid. Okay. Another placement. It's good. Solid. Good. Solid. Good. Solid.
All of a sudden there's a crack. And I'm off. The adrenaline's going and I'm thinking so fast that these seconds I'm falling feels like minutes. There's absolutely no way I can plant this ice axe to stop my fall. It would just rip my arm out of the socket. I need to stop.
Steve has fallen around 1,100 feet.
Oh, I can't believe I'm still alive. The fall should have killed me.
Steve has severely injured both his legs. The right is fractured, but his left is shattered in 12 places. He's over 17,000 feet up, and in his condition a huge distance from the route where he had hoped to find help. Over 2,000 feet above him, his friends are waiting for the rescue that may now never come.
We still can't eat or drink anything, and this is almost 36 hours after we'd set off. So, you know, it's a long time to go without taking anything on board. There is little we can do to stay warm without using our energies up. Not knowing quite what the next step is going to be. And we're telling kiddies jokes, which aren't very funny.
How do you keep a dog from smelling?
Hold his nose.
Listen. Listen. Steve's got down and given him our position. We're gonna be okay.
You're listening and listening and listening and thinking to yourself, fantastic. This could be it.
Help! Help!
I can hear helicopters. I can hear the chopper blades coming round and round the mountain.
Help!
Thinking to myself, are they looking for us? There's a rescue party coming up the mountain now, or we're going to be saved. And the blades go away and sink into the distance.
At this kind of altitude, a helicopter rescue is virtually impossible. Whatever they can hear, it's unlikely that it's deliverance. Beneath them, Steve is critically injured, but is making a heroic effort to drag himself to where he can be spotted by other climbers. His injuries are so bad he might not live, but Steve believes that if he fails, all three of them will die on the mountain.
I've got to gain access to the popular route where people will be coming up. But my only hope is going back up the ice chute I've just fallen down. I've still got the crampon on my right leg, and I'm using that right leg to purchase me up. I can feel the bone grating as I'm going. I get so far up and my crampon slips and I'm sliding back down again. On the way down, I bang my left leg. Pain's quite excruciating now. I need to take a look at my legs and see what condition they're in. I roll up my trousers. The bone on my left leg is sticking through the skin. I'm really concerned now that I might bleed to death. And try to put pressure on the wound to stem the flow. Now I'm pressing down onto bone end and just raw fibres showing through the skin.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Lettuce.
Lettuce who?
Lettuce and it's freezing. Sorry.
That's bad.
I feel very helpless. I really do. And to have somebody there with you is fantastic. He's being like a nursemaid and being a very, very good one.
Frostbite has started to affect Nigel's hands and feet. They're deteriorating fast.
Nigel's extremely weak. He's very cold. And myself, I'm actually getting colder at this stage.
Let's get this glove back on.
As time ticks on now, I am becoming a bit disconcerted about being out another night with Nigel in a very weak condition.
Come on now. Won't be long. Could be on the way any minute.
Steve is desperate to press on for help. He must splint his leg to keep going.
I tie my ice axe around my leg to try and support it. Everything's lined up now, and I'm looking in better condition. Now comes a big test. What am I going to do? If I don't put my weight on the leg, I'll never know, I'll never get off. Gotta give it a go. I'm sitting here in the snow, wondering what the hell I'm going to do. I can't stand up and walk. I've tried crawling. I've got a whistle. I start to blow my whistle in case there's anybody just the other side of the rib. I'm sitting there thinking, what else can I do to attract attention? I've got nothing else. I've let them down. I've let my mates down, and they're probably going to die.
They have now been exposed on a barren mountainside for hours. And even though the Arctic nights are very short, As the sun gets lower, it just gets colder and colder.
It's getting close to sort of 9, 10 o'clock, 10:30 time, where I'm starting to realise that at that time of the day, it'll be very unlikely that a rescue party will come to us. And as a result, it's starting to hit home that we could be out in a very exposed area for a second night.
Nigel? Nigel?
Nigel! Look!
We thought Steve was the hero of the day for raising the alarm and getting the helicopter to us.
At 19,500 feet, this is still the highest helicopter rescue on record in North America. And it was only attempted because of Nigel's mayday call the previous night. But it's not looking good for Steve. Night is beginning to fall, and in these temperatures, Steve knows he'll be lucky to survive the hours ahead.
I've got to look after myself for the night now. I've got to think about shelter, about keeping myself warm. What if the wind comes down the mountain? I untie my ice axe from my leg and I etch out a shallow hollow and build up a small wall. It's enough to keep any wind off. I need to make sure that I stay awake when it's dark. If I don't stay awake, I die. This is it. The sun's gone down. If I think about 4 hours in the dark, temperature's down to -50 centigrade, and surviving it, it's a long, long way to go.
Steve's body is succumbing to the cold. He tries desperately to stay alive.
I'm thinking about my family back home in England. That's keeping me going. I want to see my family. I want to go home to them. I've got to stay awake. I'm messing with my leg. Putting my goggles over my eyes so my eyes don't freeze. Even tapping my leg to stimulate some pain so that it keeps me awake.
Climber Steve Ball has had an horrific fall on Mount McKinley. He's been stranded for 15 hours with terrible injuries in unbelievable cold. His fellow climbers, Anthony and Nigel, have been rescued. All he can do now is hope someone finds him before he dies.
Steve!
His friends have no idea that Steve is still lost on the mountain.
Somebody came into my room in the hospital to ask me what Steve was wearing. It's only then I actually realised that Steve wasn't in a place of safety. He'd been there for up to 12 hours out, exposed on the mountainside, and nobody knew where he was.
climbers have now been alerted and are out searching for Steve, but they have no idea where to look for him and have little hope of finding him alive. It is rare for the human body to survive overnight temperatures as low as -50 degrees.
I can't feel my feet anymore. My nose is cold. I don't want to take my fingers out of my pockets. I just want to stay huddled up. I haven't got a lot left. I'm starting to lose it.
Steve's lost all hope of being saved. He hasn't made it to the path. All he can do is wait for death.
I'm hearing voices, and I don't know who it is. I think I'm dreaming.
But it's not a dream. These voices are real.
Tom, on the radio, quick.
I know these voices, and I know I'm being rescued. I know I can't be dreaming it because I'm feeling the pain, and you don't feel pain when you're dreaming. I'm awake. They tell me they're climbers, and they found me, and they're surprised that I'm still alive. I'm cold, but I'm alive, and I'm going to stay alive. I want to go home.
After 2 weeks in Alaska in intensive care, Steve was allowed to travel back to the UK. He spent a further 6 months in hospital and another 2 years in rehabilitation.
My frostbite injuries resulted in amputations of all the fingers and thumb on my right hand, my left hand mid-palm, the left leg has gone below the knee, and my right foot has gone mid-foot, and of course a little bit of nose.
Anthony and Nigel both suffered from severe frostbite. Anthony lost 2 fingers. Nigel lost all his fingers and all of his toes, as well as needing skin grafts to reconstruct his cheek and nose.
I've managed to travel the world numerous times since all this happened, and go into the Arctic, the Himalayas, and climb. A little slower.
Steve's asked me, as he would, whether we could go back and do it again, and I'd like to think that we will get back and get another expedition planned, possibly all 3 of us together, and do something, but we'll have to wait and see.
I'm disabled now, but I'm out fell running, out walking, I go rock climbing, I go mountaineering, snowboarding, skiing, canoeing. I still go back to the mountains, I still climb, and I still get the same pleasure and enjoyment from the mountains. So, no, it's not worth losing life and limb, but you can't stop going. I'm hooked.
In the heart of the Alaskan wilderness, a father and son set out on the trip of a lifetime. Then, disaster strikes.
Watch out, Flint! Hold on!
Swept under an ice shelf, they fight for their lives in freezing water.
Dad, you're gonna swim!
They've lost everything and are at the mercy of prowling predators. The son faces a terrible dilemma. Stay with his father and wait for a rescue that may never come, or leave him and risk hiking out through 60 miles of dangerous terrain for help. A specially chartered plane has dropped Blake Stanfield and his father Neil in a remote Alaskan wilderness 60 miles from the nearest settlement.
How's the raft coming? We're almost there. Good. Get the coffee on.
Neil runs a building management firm, and Blake is a doctor. They'd taken leave to spend some time together.
My father and I started backpacking when I was a young boy. Always ended up loving that. He taught me to appreciate the outdoors.
Isn't it beautiful, Dad?
Well, a long way from Oklahoma City.
Blake and I are good friends. We talk every day and share our experiences. He's always been a good kid.
Blake's organized the rafting trip as a gift to his dad to celebrate a very special occasion.
For my father's 65th birthday, I had planned this rafting trip to the gates of the Arctic as a present to him.
Although Neil's been looking forward to this, he knows it's going to be tough.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah?
Man over here?
Sure.
He'd really wanted Blake to book them on an organized group trip, but Blake had other ideas.
Blake is very independently minded and decided that, oh no, we don't want to do that. We want to be able to do whatever we want to do.
Since he knew I'd made up my mind, there wasn't much he was going to say that could make me change my mind.
Okay, Dad?
Yeah. It would have been kind of nice to watch someone else do the hauling and shoving.
Come on, Dad. You want to share this with 10 strangers and a tour guide?
Matter of fact, yeah.
I had never wanted to, and still never want to go on a guided tour.
Let's load her up.
It was, an experience that I wanted to have with my father, just the two of us.
Better get going, Dad.
Just checking everything's shipshape. Where in the world did I put that lighter?
I got it.
Very repellent. Extra strength, very repellent.
Almost anywhere in Alaska, you're going to run into many different types of wildlife, which includes bear, and of course, that's something that you always need to be prepared for.
The gates of the Arctic National Park is spectacular but dangerous. It's home to hundreds of black bears and grizzlies, not to mention roaming packs of wolves. It's 13,000 square miles of near untouched wilderness. Father and son have no way of contacting the outside world. They've packed no radio or mobile phone. Blake's itinerary has them traveling south by raft down the Koyukuk River to the town of Bettles. It should take around 6 days.
Let's go!
It was about a 90-mile float that we had planned, just camping and doing little short day hikes. We were just going to have fun.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Isn't it? Thanks, son. A wonderful, wonderful birthday present.
Well,
Most of our conversation was just how amazed we were with the beauty that we were surrounded by and how remote it was and how quiet it was.
Blake and Neil have deliberately avoided the crowds by arriving in early June. It's 2 weeks before the start of the rafting season, so the men have the Koyukuk River all to themselves.
Quite exciting, isn't it? I'm glad I came.
We commented on the way down the river that wasn't it great to be the only ones on the river, the first ones on the river that year, and there was a reason, as it turned out.
They've been rafting for just a couple of hours when they notice that the river is changing.
Blake, ice. Oh yeah, thought it would all be melted by now.
Yeah, me too.
For 6 months of the year, the rivers are choked with ice. During the summer, it all melts. But this early in the season, some patches have yet to thaw.
The longer we floated, the more ice we actually started to encounter.
It doesn't look like it's going to let up. Do you think we ought to stop this thing?
The current's picking up speed, and Blake struggles to control the raft.
I kept trying to look around the corner, hoping to find, which way we were going to be going. And that's when I realized that actually we didn't have a choice where we were going.
The men are at the mercy of the current.
We're going to have to pull in and stop this.
I'm trying, Dad. I can't slow it down, though.
We're going too fast. Let's slow it down, Dad.
It was sheer panic at the time, and it happened so quickly there wasn't much time at all to think. The next thing I actually remember was being pulled right underneath the ice.
There was so little time to realize what had happened, except that it was a real problem.
It wasn't long before we came up in essentially an air chamber underneath the ice.
The air pocket saves their lives, but the ice shelf could stretch on for miles.
I remember looking over at my father, yelling at him.
Blake yelled.
Dad, I'm sorry.
Of course, it wasn't his fault.
Give a hand.
Blake manages to grab Neil's hand,
Hold on.
but the current's too strong. His dad is swept away beneath the ice. The men are spat out from under the ice shelf, but their ordeal isn't over yet.
We were being carried rapidly toward the second ice shelf. I saw it coming. I reached up and grabbed it to try to prevent from going under it. Of course, the river was such that I was carried underneath.
The roof of this ice shelf is even lower than the last.
And the second ice shelf had no room to breathe.
I really thought I had taken my last breath. My father and I both ended up with a lot of abrasions to the top of our heads because we kept trying to come up to the air that we were hoping was there. I've never thought of a worse way of dying than drowning, and was certainly thinking that that is how I was going to die. After being under that water for what seemed like an eternity, I just remember popping out, taking in a nice big breath of air. At this time, I had no idea where my father was. He had been pushed up against something and trapped.
Dad! Dad! Dad!
I don't know how I would have been able to face my mother and the rest of my family, letting them know that my father had perished, you know, when I had made it. And the next thing I remember seeing was his head above the water.
The powerful current is sweeping Neil away.
It didn't appear like he was making any attempt to get out of the river, and for all I knew, he was injured and couldn't.
Neil's disorientated, but somehow he catches hold of a rock and hauls himself out. Blake knows that his dad has got to get to shore fast before he's paralyzed by cold and shock.
And Blake, in the meantime, is yelling at me, and I can't hear him above the roar of the river. So eventually I managed to get my breath long enough to tell him to shut up.
Will you let me think for a minute?
Blake was telling me that I had to swim over to him, which was the last thing in the world I wanted to do.
Dad! Come get!
Getting back in the river is dangerous. But Blake knows it's his dad's only chance.
Come on, Dad! You can do it! You can do it, Dad! Dad!
Oh my God, you're freezing. Dad, come here. I'm so sorry, Dad. It's okay. It's okay. It was just bad luck. Bad luck.
As a doctor, Blake knows that his dad's in the first stages of hypothermia.
I thought you were gone.
The second I got him out, I realized he was shaking uncontrollably. It was mild seizure-like.
We gotta warm you up, Dad. We gotta warm you up.
Blake's desperate. All their spare clothes were lost in the accident. Then he remembers something. The lighter he stowed in his life jacket. It didn't get washed away, but it's soaking wet.
When I pulled that lighter out of my pocket and hit the button, that torch lit up, and maybe we were going to be able to have a fire. I knew that we had to get a fire started. We had to get him out of those cold, wet clothes.
We gotta get you dry. It's okay, Dad. You're gonna be okay. All right?
Neil's wet clothes are making his temperature fall even faster.
It's okay.
Basically, while this fire got started, I hugged him and tried to give him some of the warmth that I had. Eventually got him to where he wasn't shaking anymore.
Blake had in his life vest a picture of his wife and son, and been so worried about ever seeing them again. And we were both somewhat crying.
It's okay, look, it's gonna be all right. I'll be back home.
But Blake knows their prospects are bleak. They're stranded in a remote wilderness and nobody expects them back for at least a week. Their raft is lost, along with all their food and gear. Worse still, The reserve is teeming with hundreds of wolves and bears.
I think at that point we realized that we got some big problems.
Getting colder now, the sun's going down. You think we ought to find a more sheltered spot?
Yeah. You okay to move?
Guess I'll have to be. What are you doing?
Show people where we're going.
Pity there'll be no one to see it.
Come on now.
Blake and Neil set off to look for shelter. Blake lost his boots in the accident, but his pace still leaves his father lagging behind.
I think that I wanted to move a lot faster than my father was able to move at the time.
The freezing water has drained Neil's strength. He's 65 years old and still feeling the effects of an accident 12 months ago that left him with a broken ankle.
Blake! Can we just hold up here a minute? You're not even trying to find a place to stop.
Oh, sorry, Dad. I just got carried away.
There's no way we're just walking out of here. We're gonna have to find a good campsite and stay put. How agreed?
All right.
Okay. Give me your hand.
Here we were in the middle of this vast wilderness, a good 60 miles from the nearest human being. No one was expected to be flown into the area for at least 2 weeks after our trip. We were alone, and we were going to have to endure or survive until either we found a way out of it or someone came looking for us.
It's the rainy season, so the men set about building a shelter to protect them. It's crucial they stay warm and dry. But that's just the start of their problems.
Hey, Blake! Come take a look at this!
What?
Tracks. What do you think?
Black bear?
Uh-uh. More like a grizzly to me. There's dozens of them around here.
Well, maybe they were just passing through. I'm gonna get that fire started.
They packed a shotgun, but that's at the bottom of the river. Now their only defense against prowling grizzlies is fire. Their ordeal has left Neil and Blake battered and bruised. Now they have to contend with the cold.
We got enough wood?
Yeah, we got lots. You get closer to the fire. I'm warm enough. There.
My father and I took turns laying towards the front of the shelter where the fire was.
Try and get some sleep, okay?
Yeah. And then whoever was laying in back would bear hug the person in front.
Sleeping won't be easy. It's summer and the sun barely dips below the horizon. But during the few hours of darkness, the temperature can still get close to freezing.
I shivered myself to sleep, because sure my clothes were still damp.
But Blake can't sleep. He knows it'll be at least a week before anyone realizes they're missing. If they stay put, their chances of survival are slim. The only alternative is a grueling 60-mile hike to the nearest town.
It was a long way to the nearest person. It was extremely rough terrain. We only had one set of shoes between the two of us. There were plenty of bears in the area. It was hard to take in the severity of the predicament that we were in.
During the night, Blake has made a tough decision.
Well, I needed to get back to Bettles. I needed to go find help.
The #1 rule of survival is stick together. But Blake knows his dad isn't up to the hike.
Dad, you okay?
Yeah. Pretty sore, though. You slept?
Not so much, no.
You know, I've been thinking, we gotta get ourselves organized. We gotta build up a nice big pile of firewood, maybe make some traps. We're gonna need some food.
I'm going for help, Dad.
Help? From where?
Blake had no doubt given it a lot of thought and decided that he could conquer this problem and hike back to Bettles.
Bettles is 60 miles away. This is just plain crazy. Look, we talked about this. First rule of survival, stick together.
Dad, I know all that, but no one else is going to be coming down the river for weeks. We can't wait that long.
You trying to get yourself killed? Have you even looked at the map? There's a darn great river in the way.
I'd ask him how in the world he was going to get over the Tingayuk River to our south, which appeared to be a pretty good-sized river, and he said, I don't know, I'll find a way.
Yeah? How? This isn't some little stream. This is an Alaskan river in full flow. Now, do you have any idea how powerful that is?
Yes, Dad, I was in one yesterday, remember? We're on our own, Dad. No one's coming.
I'm telling you not to go.
Leaving him alone was a hard decision, but I think he knew I was stubborn because I inherited that from him.
You're really going, aren't you?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm really going. Because if I don't, we're going to die here, Dad.
You're going to need the knife. And the lighter. Now, what about the bears? You saw all those tracks.
Well, you got the fire. That should keep them away.
I meant you, son. What about the bears?
I love you, Dad.
Yeah. Me too. Well, you know I do.
I'm gonna come back, Dad.
Now, don't get yourself killed, you hear?
I was emotional when he left. I felt alone and very concerned about being alone, but probably more worried about him and what he might encounter.
Ahead of Blake is a 60-mile hike south to the nearest town. In such a vast expanse, he can't afford to get lost. One wrong turn could spell disaster. Now Blake's made a gut-wrenching decision to leave his dad alone and hike out for help. He's heading south for the town of Bettles, 60 miles away. The biggest obstacle in his path is the Tingayuk River. But first, he has to find it.
Because of the scale of this map, it was a little bit difficult telling exactly where we were. I didn't have any great landmarks.
The hiking is taking it out of Blake. The ground is rough and uneven, and he hasn't eaten for over 24 hours. But he's still making good progress. Just a few hours after leaving his father, he hits the river. His dad warned him that crossing it would be impossible. It's freezing cold and fast running. He could even be dragged under another ice shelf. But Blake promised to get help, and the only way he can do that is to plunge in.
As soon as I started to cross, the water was flowing fast enough that I realized I was just going to have to jump and swim over to the other side.
Blake has proved his dad wrong. With the river behind him, it should be a straightforward hike to Bettles. Back at camp, 65-year-old Neil is hungry and tired. But he can't rest. Blake has their only lighter, so Neil's got to keep the fire alight. It's his only source of warmth and his sole defense against the bears.
The difficulty of keeping the fire going was essentially being able to walk with only stocking-foot waders on really rocky soil.
Neil hopes the fire will be enough to keep the bears and wolves at bay, but he also shouts to try to discourage an attack.
Anybody home? Oh, I'm down and join me!
Despite his hardships, what really preys on his mind is what might be happening to his son.
I was very worried about Blake and what he might have run into.
Like his dad, Blake is trying to frighten predators away by singing aloud.
All night long, never got tired.
Most of my songs were moose tunes and bear tunes, which was really quite ironic.
I went out walking in the woods one night, all alone, pale moonlight. I hid myself, tree up, to see what I could.
Suddenly, Blake comes face to face with a grizzly bear.
A grizzly can tear your head off with one bite, but their claws can rip holes through you like nobody's business, so you don't want to mess with them.
The bear is some way off, but even the slightest sound could alert it to Blake's presence.
I certainly sent the adrenaline through my body when I saw him.
Blake daren't make a sound. The bear's too close.
It was scary seeing him out there. He wasn't far enough away for my liking.
The bear hasn't spotted him, but grizzlies have a sense of smell 100 times more powerful than a human, and can pick up the scent of prey from more than 2 miles away. But Blake's in luck. He's downwind of the bear, and his scent is carried in the opposite direction. But the wind could change. He risks making a run for it. It's a lucky escape, but there's still a long way to go. Blake's making good ground. By his estimation, Bettles is just a day and a half's hike away. This is the Tinyaguk River, the one Blake thought he'd crossed earlier that day. But that was just a minor tributary. His father was right. The Tinyaguk is just too huge to cross. There's no way he can reach Bettles.
I kind of lost a lot of that optimism that I had as soon as I saw that there was no way to cross this thing, because it was so wide and so swiftly moving and so cold.
It's a dead end. Blake defied his father and the basic rules of survival by hiking off by himself. Alone, both men are at far greater risk.
I had a hard time deciding whether or not I should stay there, because I knew I wasn't that far from my father. I certainly had some feelings of guilt that I had put him in this predicament.
Now the mental and physical strain of the last 2 days finally catches up with him.
I realized I needed to rest. That was something my body was asking for at the time, because it had been a long sludge.
Blake hasn't eaten for 36 hours.
The only thing that I really saw were some spiders, and there were a few that I swatted and ate, just because I thought maybe I'll start to see more of these and have some nutrition. But the amount of nutrition I got from the few that I ate certainly didn't give me any energy, that's for sure. I was awakened by some raindrops that were hitting me on the face. I was worried about my father because, he would have gotten just as wet. He didn't have a lighter to restart a fire had his gone out.
In the rainy season, downpours can be intense. If the fire goes out, Neil risks bear attack and hypothermia.
The possibility of rain was a real problem. It would put out a fire, and there wasn't any way to keep a fire going. And that's what I had to try to do.
The rain clouds blow over. Now Neil faces his first night alone in a wilderness bristling with predators.
As everyone knows, you try to make noise in the wild with where bears are present. I said a lot of stupid things in order to make noise, and one of them was, "I'm the king of this valley. Everyone who lives here at my pleasure."
You want to see me? You have to go through my nights. Blake, where are you? I hope you're all right, Blake. I want to see you back here.
His only defense against bears and wolves is his fire.
And the difficulty of keeping the fire going was staying awake enough. I would wake up in the middle of the night and maybe have a problem and have to work to get her going again.
If the fire goes out, Neil is in big trouble. After a fitful night's sleep, Blake confronts the bleak reality of his situation.
I was distraught when I realized that there's pretty much no way to get to Bettles. I was a long way from what I'd hoped to be my final destination.
But he has one slim hope.
I kept thinking about the fact that these bush pilots fly up and down these rivers, so they might be flying directly overhead.
If he can make himself more visible, he might be spotted by one of these passing planes. Despite his weakened state, he starts to gather driftwood for a signal fire.
I actually set one of these log jams on fire, hoping that someone might see the smoke.
But even this simple plan fails.
Every time I looked up into the sky, the smoke wasn't very white and smoky like you always see in the TV shows. You know, it wasn't that noticeable.
It's Neil's third night alone in his brushwood shelter.
I guess a spark jumped from the fire. All of a sudden, there was a fire going on right above my head, and I'm talking like 18 inches above my head. So I had to get out of there fast.
He can only watch, helpless as his precious shelter burns to the ground.
I got out of there and watched as fire just burst into an inferno.
Neil knows he must save part of it to light a new fire. Without it, he'll be freezing cold and have no protection from prowling predators. During the night, meltwater has flooded the river. Blake realizes he could be in danger.
When I realized that the river was rising that quickly, I moved up into the forest because I was worried that I was actually going to end up on a small island out there and be trapped by water on all sides.
Upriver, Neil is exhausted and hungry. His precious shelter was destroyed in the fire, leaving him exposed to the risk of a freezing downpour. Now daybreak brings a new enemy, the blazing sun.
The sun was coming down pretty hard, and there was essentially no cover.
He needs to build a new shelter. But it's becoming harder and harder to carry out even simple tasks.
Ow!
There's only so much punishment a 65-year-old body can take. After 3 days without food, Neil is weakening. Blake's decision to hike for help has backfired. Now his actions could cost his father's life. Now Blake is gambling that staying by a major river will increase his chances of being spotted by local pilots. But since nobody knows they're missing, his chances of being rescued are slim.
I was definitely depressed about the situation that we were in, especially because I had so much time to think about it.
Blake endures another day and night helplessly waiting. his constant fear that his dad hasn't survived his ordeal. Blake's decision to hike out looks increasingly like a bad move.
Around 6 or 7 in the evening on Tuesday, I was laying over by my fire when I heard the sound of an airplane. And my God, he was coming up on me quick, I could tell. I ran as fast as I could.
Hey! 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 Hey!
I realized that he spotted me. He spotted me.
Three hours later, and there's still no sign of rescue.
Boy, after a while, I started thinking, did I just hallucinate? Did I imagine that plane?
If help doesn't come soon, Blake knows they're as good as dead.
That was the same plane, and as they flew over me, they dropped a bag of stuff.
The bag contains supplies and a walkie-talkie.
I turned that radio on. I kind of told him what had happened.
There's only one thought on Blake's mind.
Please hurry! You gotta go find my dad! He's 15 miles upstream. There'll be a fire going. You see a fire.
The pilot launches an aerial search for Neil.
And Tango, where are you guys at? Okay, we're gonna head north.
A plane reaches the right area within 10 minutes. Neil's camp should be easy to spot. But when the pilot reports back to Blake, the news is bad.
Hey, you gotta go back! He's up there! Keep going till you find him! He can't leave, he's gotta be at the camp. Maybe you didn't go far enough. He can't walk, he's gotta be there!
I was worried something would happen to my dad. Because there's no way he could miss it.
You gotta go and find my dad!
And I fell to my knees.
Blake ignored his father's advice and left him to fend for himself. Now he must face a terrible thought, that his dad hasn't made it. The aerial search continues. But in such a vast wilderness, Neil's camp is proving hard to locate. Three hours later, a rescue helicopter picks up Blake and rushes to the scene.
Neil! Neil! You okay? How did you know I was here?
I asked your son.
Blake?
He climbed in that helicopter.
Dad! I'm so sorry, Dad.
so sorry.
Hell, all I could say was, man, you look like hell.
Well, you don't look that cute yourself.
I was very happy to see him, very, very happy.
Can we get the hell home now? Let's get out of here.
And then we took off. Together again.
The men later learned that their initial camp was not on the flight path of any local aircraft. If Blake hadn't tried to hike out to Bettles, he and his father would almost certainly have died. After the accident, Blake moved his family back from Alaska to Oklahoma City to be closer to his mum and dad. He now runs a GP practice there, while Neil continues to run his building management firm. Blake and Neil still regularly go hiking together, but they've never gone rafting again. When two former college lovers set off on a trip of a lifetime, they have no idea they'll end up fighting for their lives.
Dave!
Lost in the rainforest without food or water.
Snake.
They're easy prey to predators.
There's something out there.
With no hope of rescue,
Think we should just slash our wrists?
they decide to take their own lives.
We were going to die out there. Having control over when we die is all that we had.
The Amazon rainforest in Brazil. It's one of the last great wilderness areas, home to the largest variety of insects, birds, and mammals in the world. For Dave Boyer and Crystal Ramsey, it's the trip of a lifetime.
Can you believe it? We're actually here in the Amazon.
Hey, you know when I make a promise, I keep it.
It's the realization of a dream they shared 2 years ago when they were a couple.
Crystal and I dated for about 3 years, and really were the closest you could possibly be. One day we were talking about our passions, and I asked her the question, if you could go any one place in the world, where would that be?
And the Amazon was #1 for both of us.
Dave and Crystal aren't together anymore, but they are still close friends.
There was no one I would have rather gone with than him.
Dave knows that Crystal has had a long-standing struggle with depression.
In school, where I met Dave, I had a very bad time with depression.
Dave thinks this trip will be good for her, but he's also nursing a secret hope that it might just reignite their romance.
She was the love of my life. I still envisioned spending the rest of my life with her.
They've traveled almost 200 miles south from the Brazilian city of Manaus to one of the Amazon's remotest backwaters. They plan to spend 2 months exploring the region. Their base, a small lodge in the heart of the rainforest. Around it is a network of clearly marked forest trails. Dave and Crystal spend their first 2 days checking out the shorter ones. Then they decide they're ready to take on the longest. It's known as the White Trail, and it stretches 3 miles deep into virgin rainforest. Dave and Crystal set off in the morning with enough water for a 3-hour hike.
We left just before 10 o'clock and expected to be back in time for a late lunch.
They've spent 2 years reading up on the rainforest, but nothing prepares them for the real thing.
As soon as we went in, we started to see more than we had ever seen before, such as bats and different kind of bugs than we had ever seen, and it was a fantastic morning. I was really excited.
Dave, look.
We had tunnel vision. We were focused on one thing, and that was exploring and seeing the rainforest. We were oblivious to any dangers that were involved.
They are so absorbed by the sights and sounds of the forest, they don't notice that they've stepped off the marked trail.
Our awareness was elsewhere. It was on the trees, on the animals, on the sounds.
They are now following paths made by animals.
As we got further along, the jungle seemed to creep in on each side. We now had to walk in a single file line.
Then the path completely disappears. For the first time, they realize they're no longer on the trail.
That's when I didn't know what to do. I was really worried.
Let's see the map.
I think I forgot the map at the lodge.
I had left the map sitting on the dresser in our cabin.
Dave.
Look, I can remember it. I can.
The map Dave left behind was a hand-drawn sketch of the area. He clearly remembers it showing the lodge at the bottom, which would normally indicate that it lies to their south. But the map isn't laid out in the usual way. To get back to the lodge, they actually need to head north.
If we head south, that should take us back.
You're sure?
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
Hiking south is the worst decision Dave could make. Ahead, there lies nothing but thousands of miles of rainforest. Uninhabited, except for rainforest creatures, many of them highly dangerous. 2 hours later, they're getting worried.
This way.
We had been walking far longer than we should have been. We should have been back by then.
There's not much daylight left. It will soon be nightfall.
I'm not going to stay out in the forest. I can't let this happen. We have to find our way back before it gets dark.
I knew that once it got dark, we weren't going to be able to continue.
As darkness descends, any chance of finding the lodge today disappears.
That's really the first time we started to have some panic.
What time is it?
It's almost 6.
We should be back by now. If we'd been walking in the right direction for this long, we would have...
I know.
I don't think he wanted to deal with it. He didn't want to deal with even having to think about sleeping out there.
I was frustrated at myself. I felt responsible for getting us lost and felt responsible for finding the way back.
Crystal, you know what I'm thinking?
We're gonna have to spend the night here.
Yeah.
We just picked a spot to stay, a cleared area, and we just sat down to wait out the night.
Chris, I am so sorry about this.
It's okay. You buy me a beer when we get back, and we'll call it even. Okay?
Okay.
But they both know how vulnerable they really are. The rainforest is teeming with nocturnal predators.
A lot of the poisonous snakes, they wander through the forest at night. The jaguar comes out at night. you don't have a lot of choices of protection.
Dave and Crystal share a single thought. Can they make it through the night alive?
Chris, there's something out there.
The Amazon at night is a terrifying place to be. Dave and Crystal are totally defenseless, with no way to protect themselves from predators.
We weren't going to try to sleep at all. We were going to stay up, and that way if something stumbled upon us, we would be ready.
49 bottles of beer. Take one.
Jeez, did you hear that? Chris, there's something out there.
Do you think it could be a jaguar?
The Amazonian jaguar stalks its prey under the cover of darkness. It can kill with a single crushing bite to the head. Whatever it was, Dave has scared it off for now. They spend a sleepless night, alert to every tiny sound. Dave and Crystal have survived the night unscathed, almost.
I'm covered in mosquito bites.
Be grateful that's all that bit you.
Very funny.
So, what's the plan?
Well,
Dave needs to get them back to the lodge fast. Crystal's on medication for her depression, and he knows she doesn't have her drugs with her.
She had never missed a day on that medication.
this trail heads south, so it should take us right back to the lodge.
Okay. So we'll be back for breakfast.
Yeah. Let's get moving.
I truly believed that we were close and we were heading in the right direction. We just had run out of time the night before. It was going to be a breeze.
But with every step, they continue to move further away from the safety of the lodge. Four hours later, the temperature in the forest has soared. The heat and the way they're pushing themselves mean that Dave and Crystal are sweating out almost 4 pints of fluid an hour.
We were starting to get depressed about our situation. We were starting to get frustrated. The temperature was rising really fast. It was getting up to 95 degrees. We were sweating profusely.
Let's take a break.
Dave, I'm out of water. When I realized that we were out of water, and it was hot, and it was 10 o'clock, I really started to realize things weren't just gonna be okay.
We knew that we were losing water so quickly and things were not going to function right. Our brain was going to start to trick us and our body was going to give out eventually.
There's got to be something around here.
The irony is that the Amazon basin is one of the wettest places on Earth. Over 9 inches of rain can fall in a single month, leaving puddles of water everywhere. But they face an agonizing dilemma.
I didn't know what to do. Should we drink water and possibly get very sick, or risk getting very sick from dehydration? I have an idea.
Give me that.
My plan was to use my sports bra as a filter.
Okay. Now I want you to pour that through the top here.
Crystal's bra could actually filter out a number of nasty parasites. But it won't get rid of smaller microorganisms that could make them dangerously ill.
Okay. Bottoms up.
I don't know about this.
We don't have a choice.
Well, cheers.
I took a small sip and kind of let it sit in my mouth for a second to taste it.
Tastes okay. Kind of chalky.
We were both worried about drinking water, but in the end, when it's 95 degrees and you're sweating like that, it's going to be more painful not to drink it.
Rehydrated, Dave and Crystal pick up the pace. But they must stay constantly on guard. The forest is alive with creatures that could kill them with a single bite.
We're consistently listening to sounds and trying to figure out what was in the forest around us. I didn't want to touch a branch that we didn't know what was on that branch. We wanted to watch our steps.
Whoa.
What is it?
A snake. Let's go another way.
They're lucky. A few more steps and they could have trodden on the snake. The Amazon basin is home to some of the most poisonous snakes in the world. One bite could mean a slow and agonizing death. By mid-afternoon, Dave is resorting to a new desperate tactic in his search for the lodge.
I was trying to keep us in the same area of where we got lost in, kind of zigzagging back and forth, hoping to stumble upon the trail.
Let's try over there.
Crystal was starting to get a little bit frustrated with that strategy.
Dave was literally almost walking in circles and didn't realize that that's what he was doing.
Crystal is starting to feel the pressure.
My brain was saying, things are going downhill.
Now, which way are we going?
East.
East. 20 minutes ago, we were going south.
Yeah, well, we've got to try all directions. Maybe we should head north now.
Dave, this is crazy. I can't stand to listen to you talk about directions you know nothing about. You don't know where we're going, and all we're doing is walking around in circles.
Dave had kept coming up with a different strategy every few hours whenever one didn't work. And that wasn't working for me.
We need to rethink this.
All right, then. Well, what do you think?
I thought we needed to come up with a strategy and continue using it until the end.
That way.
Okay.
What neither of them realize is the only direction that can help them is north.
We chose southeast. We will walk in this one direction for as long as it takes. If it takes us 40 days to get out of here, we're gonna walk southeast.
Hours later, and the jungle is just getting denser.
We were getting down. We were getting scared and worried.
Everything just looks the same.
The jungle is so dense and so thick, you can't see more than a few yards in any direction at any one time.
Dave has an idea. If he can get up high, he might just be able to see the lodge.
knots in the vine were ripping at my hands, and it was hurting me. My arms were tired. I was exhausted. And I looked up and I saw that I had not made any progress. It was still 150 feet up to the top.
He is weak from 2 days without sleep or food.
Are you okay? Did you see anything?
Yeah. Rainforest.
Why is no one looking for us?
In fact, people are looking for them. But the search is focused around the White Trail. And that's now a very distant and dense 7 miles away. As darkness falls, they realize they must endure another night.
I was tired. I had not slept on the previous night. I was being driven insane by the mosquitoes. They were constantly biting me, making our bodies itch, and we would scratch it to the point where our bodies would start bleeding.
The next day, they're still heading in the wrong direction, getting even further away from the area where rescuers are searching for them. And now they start to notice an ominous change in the behavior of the wildlife.
If we were anywhere near civilization, these monkeys would be running away from us. They would be fearful of us, that we would hunt them. But these maybe had never seen a human before in their life and were just curious. And that was terrifying, that we were getting deeper and deeper.
What is it?
I don't know.
Jaguar?
No, there's more than one.
They've stumbled on a pack of wild Amazonian pigs. Dave knows how ferocious they can be.
The locals have said that they're really the most dangerous thing to encounter in the forest, other than a snake. They're aggressive. If wild boars got a hold of you, it'd probably knock you to the ground quickly, and then you would have several animals on top of you biting and really just eating and going to work. The way to avoid any confrontation is to let them know that you are different, that you are not something that's in their normal habitat.
Their encounter with the pigs leaves them jumpy and exhausted. Crystal's feet are badly blistered, and she's been without her antidepressants for 3 days now. Her depression could return at any time.
I can't go on much further, Dave. I'm tired. And my foot.
We'll get out of this ravine and we can make camp.
I thought that it would be nice, it might even be comforting if we had some type of shelter. So we came up with the idea of making a teepee.
Excellent.
Yeah. It was drawing us closer together. She told me that if I was as I was while we were lost, if we had always had that relationship in that past year, that we would still be together, that she saw all the things that she had fallen in love with in the first place.
It looks good.
We were trying to get our minds off of what we were going through, and we got even closer.
My feelings had not changed since the day I met her. I was still in love with her. I still wanted her to be in my life and with me forever.
Night falls, and with it comes the nocturnal predator their shelter can't protect them from. Mosquitoes. Thousands of them.
The worst of it was the sounds. It's just this loud buzzing throughout the night, and you feel like they're everywhere. They would give me mosquito bites on my eyelids if I had my eyes closed, or on my forehead that were just driving me insane. Sleep was increasingly becoming more and more of an issue, and I knew that eventually I'm going to have sleep. I can't go multiple days without sleep. It's going to drive me insane.
In a bid to escape the mosquito onslaught, they come up with a bizarre plan.
Crystal said, well, we should cover our bodies in mud. That would work well of keeping the mosquitoes off of us. We got inside the hole and pushed the mud in on top of each other, covered our faces, and we laid there in the mud and tried to be as still as possible. It actually felt pretty comforting laying there, and I felt like I was completely covered. I felt like I was going to be safe from the mosquitoes. I thought it was going to be a great night.
But Dave couldn't be more wrong. A massive tropical thunderstorm is building in the skies above them, and it's about to put them in the greatest danger yet.
Within a few minutes, we were forced out of our hole. We would have drowned there.
They've never experienced anything like it.
It's very hard to explain how loud it can get. You can't even talk to someone who's right next to you by screaming. That's the only way I can describe how loud it was.
They are soaked within seconds.
It was the coldest I had ever been. Couldn't stop. My body was just going into convulsions and shaking, and my teeth were chattering.
Any hope of sleep is gone. Then, just when they think things couldn't get any worse, lightning brings down a huge tree dangerously close to them.
If it had landed on us, we surely would have died in that.
The storm has shaken Crystal to the core.
There's never been a worse night in my life than that night.
Their terrible night leaves both of them exhausted and miserable. But it's pushed Crystal close to the edge.
For Crystal, that night was really a turning point for her, and she had gone from being, whatever happens, happens, we're going to get through this challenge, to being really fearful of this being the end of her life and dying out there.
How you doing? We got through it, didn't we?
Yeah. For what?
To get home, Chris. Get home, Chris.
I just kept thinking about that hellish night.
I'm not sure I want to.
And that I truly would rather die than go through it again.
What are you talking about? You think we should just slash our wrists right here?
I didn't think what the implications of that were. I didn't think it was a real suggestion. It was just kind of something that I did off the top of my head.
That sparked an interest in me that suicide was a possibility and it was a way out.
Dave realizes that if they don't find a way out soon, Crystal's suicidal thoughts could become a reality.
Chris.
Her brain was going through some nasty stuff, and she was feeling the effects of that physically and emotionally. I knew that as the days go on and her withdrawal from her medication gets worse and worse, that it's going to become very difficult to keep her going and to keep that survival instinct inside her.
I was so overwhelmed and so frustrated and so confused that I felt crazy. I felt like I was gonna lose it.
Dave, where's the knife?
It's here.
I want to see it.
Chris, you're really freaking me out with this.
I want to see it.
The knife really became almost a game that I never would let her hold. She would frequently ask me, "Where is the knife? Can I just see it? I want to know that you haven't lost it."
I think my own mind was more dangerous than anything that the jungle had.
All I had was a companion, and she was what kept me going. I needed her as much as she needed me to make it through this, and I could not drag her the entire time. And that made me quite pessimistic for the outcome.
Then, after days of hearing nothing but the sounds of the rainforest.
Do you hear that?
Come on. Come on! Sounds like a boat! Come on!
I was saying, "Come on, Crystal, this is it. We're rescued."
Hey, we're over here!
There's a boat really close. I can hear it.
We're over here!
This is over, like just so happy, cheering to each other.
Yeah, here! Hey! We're here! Oh.
Do you hear anything?
Then it was nothing.
After 3 nights without sleep, Dave's senses are starting to play tricks on him.
The sound in the jungle can't be trusted.
We thought that we were rescued. To have that taken away from us and our hopes just ripped from our hearts, it just killed us.
24 hours later, Dave and Crystal's situation is bleaker than ever. They are still hopelessly lost. And as their 5th night approaches, it's Dave who's struggling. Drained by lack of sleep and the effort of keeping Crystal going, he desperately needs rest.
Dave was exhausted. I was very worried about him, but there was nothing I could do to make him sleep.
Damn it.
There was no way I could help him.
As Crystal sleeps, Dave is once again tormented by mosquitoes.
I could not get a grip. I could not get control of what I really needed, and that was to get to sleep.
In his totally exhausted state, the insects soon become an obsession.
The only way to get me through that night was to find a way to keep moving, keep myself occupied. I would go through this pattern of swatting the mosquitoes on my arm, swatting them on my back and my neck, and I'd start counting these cycles. I became obsessed with time.
Sleep deprivation is taking its toll. Dave is beginning to lose his grip on reality.
I felt like I had lost this battle between me and the mosquitoes, between me and the night, between me and any sleep that I might get.
For the first time, Dave thinks they might not make it out of the Amazon alive.
A horsefly came and bit me. I reached down and picked up the horsefly. I started to pull off each of its legs. I was just fascinated by it. And it kind of led me to look over at Crystal and imagine our bodies laying there dead, and all the things that would come, take our bodies apart, eat from our flesh and drink from our blood. If we were going to die out there, I wanted to have some record of what we went through. So as Crystal was laying there in the sand, I wrote in the sand next to her, 6th day lost. I wanted to document it as well as I could, so I'd snapped that picture, hoping that one day somebody would find our bones and our camera and see that we had been there on the 6th day. That's when I started to think personally about my life. I did not have a close relationship with my family. I had never told my mother that I loved her. I had never told my family how much they meant to me. It was killing me, and I wasn't going to have that opportunity if I died out there.
That thought gives Dave the resolve he needs to keep going.
Come on. Wake up, it's time.
I don't want to leave. I don't want to move.
I don't either, but we have to.
My feet were deteriorating unbelievably, and the pain was unbearable. It felt like 10 wasps were biting me at the same time.
If we stay here, we die. It's as simple as that.
Crystal finds the strength to give it one more try.
Stand on it. It's my girl.
They push on. Now the terrain gets harder.
Come on, Chris.
And as Crystal's feet become unbearably painful, her depression begins to get the better of her.
I couldn't walk anymore. I would try, and I would fall down. I felt like that was telling me it was time to just end it myself.
I don't want to go.
Crystal's depression is back. Now she can see only one way out of the nightmare.
You can! Come on!
I decided this is it.
I can't keep going. Give me the knife.
she really meant taking her life into her own hands. I'm gonna slash my wrists and take my life and put an end to this misery. This was the woman I was in love with. This was the person I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. I had no thoughts of ever abandoning her.
I'll make you a deal, okay? I'll make you a deal.
I told her, you don't want to go through another night, I know that. And if it gets to be tonight and we have not made our way out, I will give you the knife.
Give me everything you got today.
Crystal accepts Dave's deal.
Everything you got today.
If they aren't out of the forest by dusk, they will both kill themselves.
We'll do it together.
I put a specific time frame on the rest of our life. We were either going to get out and live the rest of our life really happily, or that was going to be the end.
Crystal can now see an end to her ordeal.
Sit down here. On here. Come on.
She was like, what time is it? Is it nighttime? Is it getting close enough?
Come on!
But Crystal can't keep going.
Come on!
She decides she can't wait until nightfall. She wants them to end their lives now.
It's time.
When I said it, he agreed. And he said, okay, now we can do it.
We were going to have to go through with this.
Dave's resigned to dying, but there's a bizarre thought he can't get out of his head.
I wanted to wash the mud that was on my arms. I wanted to wash my face and have a clean body, a clean approach. If I was going to face a judgment, I needed to do it with a clean spirit as well as a clean body.
He begins to search for water to wash himself.
As we fought through some of the underbrush, when we got down there wasn't a creek, there wasn't a puddle. There was a flooded forest. Everywhere that we could see, there was water.
It's a glimmer of hope, just enough to keep them going.
This water's gotta lead somewhere.
In the Amazon, rivers are like roads. If this water leads to a river, they might just spot a boat. They put aside thoughts of suicide.
I got this surge of energy and some anger that made me want to fight through the water even more.
As we were going through the flooded forest, we kept telling each other, don't talk about any hopes, just go, and go as fast as you can.
Dave, look!
I thought to myself, I've got to be hallucinating.
I said, David, am I really seeing that? You know, is that really real? And he said it was.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Hey!
He didn't wave back at us. It seemed like he was miles away. We immediately just started screaming, help, 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 help me, please. he didn't respond.
Help!
We learned in one split second that we were going to live. I was screaming and crying and just definitely the best moment I've ever had in my life. The sun's setting, the whole sky is bright pink. And Dave and I are just looking at each other, and the tears are just running down both of our faces.
And inexplainable joy, and we just looked at each other and looked up at the sky, essentially, and we're just so thankful to be alive.
Dave and Crystal are incredibly lucky. Their rescuer chanced on them in a waterway that local boats hardly ever use. They find out later that search parties spent 4 days looking for them. But they never even came close to the remote spot where Dave and Crystal ended up.
When we got out, we talked about, all the times that we had in the jungle and how we talked about getting married, but when we were finally saved and getting better, we realized that that isn't the thing that we're going to do at this time.
In the forest, we kind of had said, if we get out of this, we're going to live the rest of our lives together. And when the reality of being out was there, she did not feel that way. That was not what she wanted. And that was a bit of a disappointment to me. And that continued to be a disappointment for quite some time.
Dave and Crystal have both since returned to the Amazon. They never did restart their relationship, but after their 6-day death-defying ordeal, they became closer friends than ever. Two scuba divers are exploring a remote tropical dive site. But when strong currents carry them away from their boat, they're left stranded 20 miles from land.
What was that? It's coming right up!
With no sign of rescue, they have only each other to keep themselves alive. Exhausted, dehydrated, and in a state of constant terror, how long can they survive before they're taken by the sea or the sharks?
I didn't know what to expect going to the Solomon Islands for the first time. I remember getting off the plane and thinking how awfully hot it was.
35-year-old Melissa Armstrong was a hotel manager in Toronto. But fed up with metropolitan life, she quit her job and traveled here in search of adventure.
I wasn't feeling fulfilled. I was really wanting to make a change in my life. And I thought, okay, this will be an adventure.
She's found a job working with marine researcher David Tomlinson, who spent almost 30 years studying the oceans.
I began diving in 1963 in the Bahamas. I'm very lucky to be able to study much of our oceans and see things that not a lot of people get a chance to see.
Hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good.
Stephen, Peter, this is Melissa.
Hey.
So you all set to see Cavachi?
Yeah.
Yeah? All right, come on aboard.
Cavachi is an oceanic volcano which David has been studying for years. After he filmed this eruption, the volcano disappeared beneath the waves. Now he wants to find out what's left under the surface.
The four of us went out, and I mean, the weather seemed to be ideal. Everything was supposed to go like clockwork.
The dive site is 20 miles offshore. Melissa has never been diving so far from land.
I was excited. I felt good about the dive. It wasn't until I went out there that I thought, oh, wow, I'm really out in the middle of nowhere. And then when we got to the dive site, something inside of me changed, and I thought, there's something wrong.
What's up?
Nothing. Well, I guess maybe I'm just a little nervous.
What about?
I was a little embarrassed because I wanted to be like the guys, one of the guys, and I said, I'm afraid of sharks.
No, you don't have to worry about sharks. They're much more afraid of us than we are them.
I doubt it.
I'm serious. They hardly ever bother divers. Now, if you were up on the surface like a surfer, flapping around, then you look like shark bait. But when you're down below, there's nothing to worry about. Can you zip me up?
If it was me, I wouldn't be worried about the sharks. I'd be worried about you diving right on top of a volcano.
Well, that wasn't something I had ever even contemplated. So now I'm thinking sharks, volcano exploding, sharks and volcano.
Don't listen to him. If it wasn't safe, we wouldn't be here.
But David knows more than he's letting on.
I had heard from the local fishermen that there was a couple big sharks out here, big hammerheads, that have been coming in and bothering some of the local fishermen. But at that stage, she didn't need to know that.
David has dived with sharks before and is confident they won't get attacked while underwater. He's more worried about the weather.
We're watching the weather very carefully because it's very exposed out there. And I noticed off in the distance a funny-looking cloud. It looked like an eyebrow, but it was nothing that deeply concerned me.
David's confident they'll be in and out of the water long before the cloud reaches them.
So what's your dive plan, mate?
Well, we're going to drop in around 30 meters, have a look around.
The plan is to dive for around half an hour, while the boat stays in position above them.
The boatman went over exactly where we would be dropped off, exactly when and where we would be picked up. I didn't pay too much attention. I just let them do their thing. But the anxiety just kept growing and growing.
Ooh. Come on in, the water's fantastic.
Then I got my gear on. I looked at the boatman and I said,
Here I go. Say a prayer for me.
and I thought, well, why did I say that? The dive was completely different than anything I'd ever experienced. It was amazing. We started going through this white haze. It was quite dreamlike, and there were bubbles funneling up around us coming from the vents of Cavachi.
The volcano is out of sight beneath the divers, far deeper than they can safely descend. All they can see are clouds of sulfur dioxide rising towards them from below.
It was such an amazing celestial scene. It was just breathtaking.
After 30 minutes, the divers surface.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
It was awesome.
The weather has changed dramatically. The dark cloud David spotted earlier is now above them.
God, it's really choppy now.
Yeah.
There's the boat, it's miles away.
Yeah, the current must be really strong. Hey! Hey, guys! Hey!
We're behind you!
Hey!
I remember thinking, oh, okay, that's no big deal. I was just looking forward to getting in the boat and putting a towel around myself. And then they didn't turn around.
They got the engines on. They can't hear us over the engines. Turn them off! Cut the engines! Turn it off! Hey!
I said, David, why aren't they turning around? And he couldn't answer that question.
You're yelling, you're screaming at the top of your voice. Why isn't he looking? We're here. Can't you see us?
The boatmen know the divers must be out of air by now. They expect to see them surface, but the dark sky has made the divers impossible to spot. While the engine is keeping the boat in position, they have no idea that a strong current is pulling the divers further away.
Where are they going?
They're not going anywhere. It's,
They are.
No, it's the current. It's pulling us away. Hey!
Yes, you feel anger. You feel like, come on, turn around and have a look at us. Why aren't you looking at us?
Hey!
The current was pushing us away. We could see him. They couldn't see us.
Running the engine to hold the boat in position is burning up fuel. If the boatmen don't leave soon, they risk being stranded. One of them makes a desperate attempt to locate the missing divers, but he has no idea just how far away they are now. With the fuel tank almost empty, the boatmen have no other choice but to return to the island to get help.
Guys! Go!
It happened quite quickly. We watched them disappear, as if the sea swallowed them up. I said, David, this is bad. This is really, really, really bad.
David and Melissa are now stranded, alone in the ocean. The nearest land is more than 20 miles away. All they can do is pray for rescue.
I still had faith that they would come back, ride over the waves like heroes and pluck us out of the water. But they didn't.
We are absolutely alone, miles away from land. I knew we were in trouble.
So do you think we could swim for it?
No. It's too far. They're gonna be looking for us down current. I think we should just stay put. Huh?
I said, let's not ruin the chance of them finding us, because the boat driver was the only one that knew we were in trouble, and he knew that if he'd come looking for us, he'd come down current, so we were going to stay down current.
How do you know they're coming back?
Well, if they went to get gas, it's an hour there, and it's an hour back, so I think we'll be out of the water by 4 o'clock the latest. Yeah?
David had come up with a timetable, so to speak, of when the boatmen might return, which was about 4 o'clock. I thought, okay, we might be here a while. But then the uncertainty started seeping in.
David, are you looking for something?
Just being aware, that's all.
I really, really, really do not want to get eaten by sharks.
Hey, you need to calm down.
I think at that point, a bit of anger was coming in. He should have known better. How could we be in this situation?
Please don't tell me to calm down. We're in the middle of the ocean. You lost that boat!
I think I have the right to vent here. I won't say what I said, but I swore a little bit.
Melissa's reacting as one might expect. She had a little bit of a dummy spit, and she was swearing profusely. She's relying on me to ensure that everything went smoothly. And at that stage, I'd shot myself in the foot big time. And it just was turning sour as the moments went on.
David and Melissa ignore each other, forgetting they're floating in a powerful current.
David! David!
The current pushes that far away. It was scary.
Come here.
We had to try to swim against a knot to a knot and a half current.
Swim to me.
Just a couple seconds of being apart, I thought, oh my gosh, we just can't let that happen.
I took her regulator, shoved it in through my BC, which was an easy way of making sure that we didn't get separated. Because separation in a scenario like that can be deadly. Not that I'm not a control freak, but I had to help stay in control for us to survive.
David said, let's just conserve our energy. That's the most important thing right now. So the plan was that I would wrap my legs around his waist and my arms around his neck. So his face was right here. But I didn't want to look at his face. I didn't want to be in that situation. I didn't want to be in the middle of the ocean. But what choice did I have?
Hey! Hey!
20 miles away, the boatmen get back to the island and raise the alarm.
Lost 2 divers out there.
The locals know the seas around here well. They've all heard the stories of giant hammerhead sharks preying on fishermen. They know they may not have long, and search parties race out on the hunt for the missing divers. David and Melissa can only hope that help is on its way. But with each passing hour, they're getting more nervous.
In the Solomons, there's a phenomenal amount of sea life there. My biggest fear at that stage, I believe, was sharks.
I'd imagine them circling below us. This big mouth coming up and tearing into one of us.
What was that?
What?
Was that you?
What?
Something's on my leg. Ah! Get it off!
It's my gauge. It's my gauge.
Just get it off me!
I'm trying. Would you stop kicking? Look, there's nothing down there.
There's everything down there.
If there's anything dangerous down there.
Like sharks, you mean?
Yeah.
Just say it!
Yeah, and you keep kicking and splashing, the shores ain't gonna come and check us out, right?
All I could think about was sharks. One nibble, one drop of blood in the water, and then we're gone.
The search parties have finally reached Kavachi, but they have no idea that David and Melissa have already drifted miles away in the current. They continue to search above the volcano. David was convinced they'd be found by 4 o'clock. Now it's almost 5. They're still 20 miles from land, and there's no sign of rescue.
It was very clear that David wanted to stay still. He didn't want to move. He wanted to conserve his energy. I remember turning around and just looking all around me and just seeing all this water. And then looking at the land again and thinking, there's no other option.
I really think we should try and swim.
David looked in my eyes and he knew at that point that there's no arguing. We're gonna start swimming.
Okay. Take it nice and easy, okay? No splashing. I'm gonna keep my head underwater. You keep a lookout, okay? Nice and easy.
Okay. I remember him saying, let's just get very slowly, peacefully on the surface, just moseying through. There's no reason to bring attention to ourselves, and don't kick too hard because we'll just get exhausted.
With 30 years diving experience, David knows that splashing about on the surface creates its own risks.
I didn't want to become part of the food chain because having watched the oceans and observed what happens there my whole life, there was a pretty strong likelihood that some sharks would come up and have a good look at us. You're on edge, totally. It was not a good feeling, not at all.
While David keeps watch below the surface, Melissa scans above for any sign of danger.
see these pointed gray waves, and then all of a sudden you think you see fins.
What?
And so your mind plays tricks with you.
What?
Nothing. Sorry.
It was a constant battle to not let my imagination go.
But the dangers beneath the waves are not just in Melissa's mind.
Ow! Something bit me!
What? Where?
Oh,
What? Ow!
Then I looked in the water, and there were millions of these little globs, little translucent balls.
Oh, jellyfish! I look, they hurt. They're not gonna kill you, okay? Just swim through.
We were swimming through countless amounts of them. We were getting stung all over the place. I remember trying to count the stings. I got up to 64. But then it all blended into one. It was just the zapping pain that was shooting through my entire body.
My lip is killing me.
my hands are on fire!
That's okay. I'll go down in about an hour. Are you okay to go on?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Desperate to escape the jellyfish, the divers splashed around on the surface. They've broken David's golden rule and become a magnet for predators.
As I'm looking around, I'm looking straight down, and I see this little dot coming.
I felt David, he pulled me to the right, abruptly.
David! David, what are you doing?
I pulled back, and he pulled me, and I'm like, what?
It was coming straight at me from the depths, literally, from what I could see, straight at my face.
Hold it right out!
It was this huge, ugly barracuda, probably 5.5 feet. They can be very aggressive, and they have been known to attack people before.
David knows the great barracuda has a ferocious bite.
All he has to do is hit me in my hand, my arm, my leg. If I start bleeding, I've got another major problem. I've got a problem with sharks.
Against 2 sets of razor-sharp teeth, David's only defense is his camera.
I needed something to ram and protect us. That was the first thing to use.
It circled around us, and then it went off. He couldn't believe it didn't do anything else.
It's gone.
But I kept looking for it because I just didn't want to be caught by surprise by one of those.
With daylight fading, the search parties have no choice but to return to the island. They've spent over 6 hours searching for the missing divers. They'll start again at first light, but everyone knows that by then, the odds are they'll be looking for dead bodies.
As the sun went down, I felt really sad. I didn't understand why they didn't come back for us. I was hurt. How could this be? How could they not come back?
Maybe they're back there looking.
We should just keep swimming. Oh, come on, we're covering good ground.
Outwardly, you're bold and brave, and you're sort of smiling, and inside, you're packing it. Sun was starting to set, and that was the part I was dreading. With night coming, that was a total different scenario because a lot of animals come up to the surface and feed at nighttime. I found myself thinking we were there to get eaten.
Despite David's fears, they're still 15 miles from land. Their only option is to keep swimming. Over 1,000 miles away, David's older brother Owen is at home with his family.
It was about 6:30 at night. I just sat down to dinner, and I got a phone call.
Owen Tomlinson.
And it was David's secretary from Cairns saying, Owen, I've got some bad news for you. David is missing at sea.
What happened?
And I was informed that he went diving and never came up. We just lost our younger sister with cancer about 4 or 5 months previous. My first thought was my 90-year-old mother, whether she could handle the shock of possibly having lost another of her children. So that was very traumatic in that regard.
Okay, I'll get there as soon as I can. Thanks for the call.
As David's brother, of course, the family bond is strong that your first reaction is, what can I do to fix it?
Hello. Yeah, I'd like a flight to the Solomon Islands.
The first flight available was 3:30 in the morning, 8 hours and a bit off. And I felt inept, I guess, as impotent, whatever word is applicable, that I couldn't do anything that time span.
Thank you, bye.
And David was wherever he was, out at sea somewhere.
As night started wrapping itself around us, it was completely terrifying. Thinking, oh my God, we're gonna be here at night. We're gonna have to deal with what we just dealt with, only in blackness.
What?
Stop.
What
Stop
is it?
swimming. Look, in the water.
All of a sudden, I find that every time we move our arm or our leg, the water's glowing.
Wow!
The mysterious light is caused by microscopic plankton in the water. Any sudden movement makes them glow.
Stop. Stop.
But it's beautiful.
Yeah. We move, we get seen, huh?
That really stopped us from swimming, because I said, Melissa, we can't keep swimming now because we're gonna, it's lighting up around us. Something's gonna see us.
But when the divers stop swimming, their body temperature plummets.
I was just shaking so hard. I was so cold. You've got nothing to stand on. There's nothing to sit down on. I just wanted to be out of the water. I wanted something to float by so I could climb on top of it so that I wouldn't have this pressure on my body, because it was so consuming and uncomfortable.
I was trying to recharge her batteries, allowing her to stretch out and just try to use a minimum amount of energy, but enough to keep herself warm. We're really getting rather tired. We can't sleep. We don't dare sleep, because if we fall asleep, we could drown.
I had taken my mask off, and I remember putting my arm through it. I went to reach for it, and it was gone.
Oh, God. Can you see it?
That's horrible, because as far as survival is concerned, that's such an important tool.
David, what was that? What? Something just touched my leg.
Was that you? Was that your fin, David?
Well, that wasn't me.
Oh my God! Oh!
I feel just a little bump, just like something brush up against me. I said, is it sharks? Is it sharks? Is it sharks?
David and Melissa have been adrift in the South Pacific for over 12 hours. Trails of luminous plankton have made them stop swimming. Whatever's causing the flashes now, it's not them.
Oh my God! What was that?
We were seeing little explosions of light within, 5-10 meters of us.
Did you see that?
There'd be a flicker of light, and then another one, and then another one.
What sort of fish they were, I don't know. Any minute, you expect something's gonna hit you.
Oh my God!
Your fear is unbelievable. The night was the most stressful time I've ever had in my life. It's as far as your emotional lows are concerned, that'd have to rank up there with them, because I've never been so hopeless. Every minute that we're out there, you become less convinced that we're gonna get out of it.
We're in a really bad place here. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Part of what we went through was discussing what we pass on if I don't survive. Tell my kids I love them. And my family. It's scary. Oh.
It was really important for me that if he were to survive, I wanted him to tell my mom and dad that they were good parents. He started crying and he said, "You're gonna live to be very old. You're gonna have children." And that was hard. I had fought against the idea of death. And then this transition happened where you're talking about it. You're accepting it.
David and Melissa were 19 miles out at sea. I'm looking out the windows of my plane, and it's black. And I'm thinking, they're down there in the water somewhere, and it's black. You really feel very useless, because there's nothing you can do. A lot runs through your mind, it really does. I kept thinking that this is kind of like a bad dream, and everything will, you'll wake up and everything will be just the way it was. Obviously, I hope he's alive and he's floating somewhere. If not, what do I do? How do I bring a body back?
There was one point where I thought maybe David can just hold me under. And I couldn't allow myself to die that way. I couldn't do that to my family. I couldn't dishonor them. I couldn't do it. Or I just said, David, I don't care. I don't care if I die. I gotta die trying. I'm not gonna lay here anymore.
Gotta swim. We gotta swim. David, please. Please.
And he said, okay, all right, let's go for it. He said, just go really slow. And so we kicked, and we didn't stop kicking. after living through that darkness and then seeing the light, it just changed. It just gave me something I didn't have. It was glorious just seeing that sun.
It was one of the finest sunrises I've ever seen in my life. It's just to watch the light come up was great.
And then I could actually see for the first time the land. I could see that it was actually tangible.
Oh, you're closer.
It is closer.
My eyes were completely glued to the land. That's all I could think about.
Melissa may be feeling more positive, but David is 20 years older than her. While he allowed her to rest during the night, he's been awake since 6 a.m. yesterday.
As we went on, I was getting really tired. I'd been going for 24 hours at that stage.
He started acting very erratically. I remember watching a snorkel slowly sink into the water. And just when it was about an inch from the surface, I would nudge him and he'd pop his head back up.
David, you okay? You all right?
Seeing him like that scared me a lot. I remember thinking, what if he drowns?
David's brother, Owen, has finally reached the Solomon Islands. Even though there's no official search and rescue, there is a helicopter service, but it's a private company.
When we got the helicopter chartering service, they weren't really sitting around waiting for me. They were doing other things. And I'm standing in the counter saying, come on, you know, I want to get this up and going.
Hi.
Yes, sir.
I need a helicopter as soon as possible.
Okay, what for?
My brother's gone missing near Kavachi.
I'll have to talk to my boss first. So if you'd like to take a seat, then I'll just be right back.
I was hoping they would be out at first light, but it was probably closer to 8 in the morning. It was a bit upsetting because we wanted to find the two of them as quickly as possible.
Mr. Tomlinson, good news. We've got a chopper on standby for you.
Oh, that's great. And I said, well, get them out there, get them going.
But unfortunately, we're a commercial operation, so I'm gonna have some form of payment up front so we can get you in the air.
I had no idea what the currency in the Solomons was, and I certainly didn't have a suitcase full of whatever currency they would accept.
Lister? That'll be fine. 1 minute.
So the good old plastic came in handy, and it worked.
Okay, boys, we're right to go.
All Owen can do now is wait. David and Melissa have swum 14 miles without rest, food, or fresh water. They're still 6 miles from land, and the tropical sun is beating down on them relentlessly.
I was so grateful the sun came up. But it was also a blessing and a curse because I could feel the side of my face burning. And I remember trying to put my head in the water to cool it off for a little bit. My lips were so raw and swollen, and now the sun was burning them, so they were starting to blister. My skin was wrinkly and flaking. You feel like you're slowly getting eaten by salt water.
David is both physically and mentally exhausted.
I was dehydrated, I was starving. I was running on less than empty at that stage. I was starting not to think straight.
You all right? David? You okay? You okay to swim on?
I remember him looking at the land and saying, oh, look at those condominiums. And I said, there's no condominiums. That's really when I realized he was fading. He wasn't making any sense.
I was getting closer to almost total exhaustion, and all of a sudden, we finally heard it.
It's a helicopter!
That wakes you up fast.
It's the helicopter chartered by David's brother. Rescue is finally in sight.
Oh, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
It was amazing, and here it comes, and we waved and did all the right things. But we're wearing suits that are black and blue. We don't stick out.
We need something reflective. Over here! Find something reflective. Hey!
We've made it through this hellish night. The sharks didn't get us. Yay, here's the helicopter, and they're here to save us, and everything's gonna be okay. And they got closer and closer, and we're trying to signal, and then they turned.
They can't see us.
And then they went off. And that was disheartening, to say the least. Then we just pressed on towards land. Come on. Because there's no other choice but to keep going.
The exhausted divers are only 4 miles from land. But for David, this is the most terrifying part of the entire journey.
I didn't totally mention to Melissa at that stage that I believe the greatest fear we're going to have is that last bit, right in close to the shore, because it's an area I wanted to fish, because there's so much sea life there, including your upper major predators. And at the same time, I didn't tell her about 2 big 20-plus foot hammerheads that I heard about that had been bothering the fishermen. So that deeply concerned me, but she didn't need to know that.
But what David doesn't know is that his fins have been chafing his ankles. He's now bleeding profusely. Hammerhead sharks can smell 1 drop of blood in 1,000,000 drops of seawater. It's only a matter of time before David attracts attention.
I remember thinking, what's that piece of plastic sticking out of the water? It looks like a sailboat's on its end, or like almost like a kayak sticking straight up out of the water. Well, what's that plastic?
Oh, David! David! We're shark. What? I saw fin. Oh my God!
That woke me up.
What did it look like?
I said, did it sort of look like this? And she says, yeah. And what I sketched with my finger was a dorsal fin of a hammerhead shark.
Just offshore, they've spotted a hammerhead shark.
I'd never seen anything like this. It was huge.
You're talking a 6+ meter shark. That's a big shark.
I figured if it's gonna happen, I want it to happen fast. I hope it doesn't bite my leg. I hope it just sinks its teeth right into my heart. And bang, it's over with.
This was my greatest fear. You're just hoping that that shark isn't hungry. With all the bad things that have happened, a little bit of good luck would be nice right now. The hardest problem is that you know it's still nearby. You're still waiting in the back of your mind, it's going to sneak up on you.
The divers make a last desperate attempt to reach land. After 26 hours in the ocean, and an agonizing 20-mile swim, they're finally just a few hundred yards from their goal. But getting ashore is far more dangerous than they ever imagined.
This wasn't a sandy beach that we would float up to gently. This was an extremely pitted, jagged, horribly craggy shoreline.
Take a look at the rocks.
I knew that with our bodies being so soft, so pliable, our skin just being mushy, all I could think of is how badly we're gonna be torn up.
26 hours in the water has taken its toll on their skin.
I looked at my hands, and my hands were just unbelievably wrinkled from being in the water for so long. And right in the corner of my thumb, just where my nail meets, a bit of flesh had fallen off. At that stage, our flesh is so soft from being in the water so long, it's not going to take much to hurt ourselves badly. It just takes a little piece of rock that's sticking up, and it's going straight through you.
The rocks could be lethal, but the shark might return at any moment. It's a do-or-die decision.
Here, give me your vest.
I discussed with Melissa exactly what we're going to do. We've worked out a plan.
Get that out in front of you. The body surfing on these, okay?
So now I'm thinking, how on earth we're going to body surf and survive? But what choice did we have? It was completely terrifying.
We're 100 meters from the shoreline, but the odds were that we weren't going to survive.
You ready?
And I just happened to turn left, and I don't know why I turned left and looked.
And then I heard him say, "I'll be damned. There's a boat." It was unbelievable. It couldn't have been at a more beautiful time.
It was an unbelievable feeling. Absolutely unbelievable feeling. Because then it was just like one of the heaviest weights you'd ever have in your life lifted off your shoulder.
Next thing I know, the boat's next to us, and they're pulling me out of the water. And I'm like, I was this crazy mad woman. I was crying and laughing. I kept thinking, I was just lost at sea. I was just lost at sea for 26 hours. The sharks didn't eat us. We didn't die. I'm alive.
David and Melissa swam 20 miles before they were finally rescued and returned to dry land.
There was my brother Owen. Greatest sight in the world.
I didn't know whether to hug him or belt him over the head. I really didn't.
God, David, what have you done now?
But he's a bit sunburned, so I didn't want to give him too big a slap. I gave him a hug instead.
I'm Owen.
I said, you do this again, boy, and you're on your own. I'm not flying halfway around the world to save your ass. I'm sorry, kid.
And it was just great to see him. Ever since then, every morning you wake up, it's wonderful to start a day, standing on dry land.
David still lives in the Solomon Islands and dives regularly. But Melissa returned home and hasn't done an open water dive since. The two of them remain good friends. when a family of 4 join their closest friend to go fishing on the Zambezi River. The outing quickly turns into a desperate fight for survival. Thrown into crocodile-infested waters, 4 of them become human live bait, while one fights for his life amongst some of Africa's deadliest predators.
Oh my God.
At any moment, one of us would be taken by a crocodile.
I thought it was over, I really did.
Zambia, one of the wildest countries in Africa, home to the spectacular Victoria Falls. They are fed by the mighty Zambezi River, which divides Zambia from Zimbabwe. It's here on one of the river's most isolated stretches that 2 friends have planned a weekend fishing trip. Arthur Taylor and Alistair Gallatley have known each other for over 25 years.
Our kids have grown up together with Alistair. Basically, Alistair's part of the family. He's a very good guy in a crisis and a very good friend.
We've known each other a while, We've spent a lot of time together. We go fishing a lot.
Where do you want the fish bait? Usual place.
As experienced safari guides, they've lived and worked alongside the Zambezi for most of their lives.
Most important. Good enough. Think so? I can't wait to get on the water.
Joining them are Arthur's English wife, Faye, and her parents, Clive and Brenda. They're retired teachers visiting from England.
Change your mind yet?
No, I think I'll just stay here and relax and read a book, all right?
They've both lived in Africa on and off over the years. This is the last chance for all of them to go out on the river together. Tomorrow, Faye and Arthur have to pick up their 2 children from boarding school. But even though she spent a lot of time in the bush, Brenda isn't keen on the idea of going fishing.
My mum was anxious because she doesn't really like going on the boat. And she would rather have just spent the day in camp.
I'm not going to go if you don't go.
If she doesn't come, the crocs will be safe.
My mum is a pretty strong personality, and you certainly don't mess her around.
You'll have to give me a hand in here.
Because it was the last day of the holiday, she finally agreed to come with us.
Okay, all aboard.
This is one of the river's most remote stretches.
The Zambezi is just a fantastic river. It's amazing, and it is so diverse. The bird life is out of this world. You see animals, bushbuck, buffalo, elephant coming down, and in the water there's the hippos everywhere, and huge crocodiles. It's just an amazing river, really is.
It was all very relaxed atmosphere. Very carefree, nobody had a worry in the world.
You want to try catch some fish, Brenda?
Oh, no, I'm not good at that.
Come on.
Come on, it's easy.
We passed so many schools of hippos, and they're all lazing around. They just look so peaceful and so placid.
Most of them are in herds or groups, and then you get the few odd single males. As long as you give them a wide berth, the chances are you're not going to have any problem.
What's on here? It's heavy. Whoa.
Fishing had been pretty poor that morning, and when Mum caught a fish, it was like, yay, you know. I mean, she's really chuffed.
Well done, Mum.
I think that calls for a spot of celebratory lunch. But over there, a nice bit of shade by those trees.
Sounds good to me.
What's the time?
There was no warning.
Come on! He's coming!
It was just this huge boom, and I was in the water. I think my subconscious was saying, this is it, this is the end. It was only when I actually was pulled back to the surface and gasping for air that suddenly then the reality of what had actually happened hit me.
They've survived the hippo attack, but now they're in even greater peril. They've capsized in one of the most crocodile-infested rivers in the world.
To think about, you know, my bare, dangly legs, it sent a chill through me, thinking that any moment now, one of us would be taken by a crocodile.
Clive Kelly has watched his wife Brenda sucked under the crocodile-infested river. He has no idea if she is alive or dead.
Brenda! Brenda! Where are you?
Although Clive can't hear them, his wife, along with his daughter Faye, her husband Arthur and their best friend Alistair, have all surfaced underneath the boat.
Brenda!
But the group's immediate danger is not crocodiles.
The current was actually so strong in that part of the river that it actually swept us out from underneath the boat.
The Zambezi is famous for its unpredictable and deceptively strong currents. Many people drown in its eddies and whirlpools every year.
The one thing that I thought of was the fact that my children could have been with me and that I would have lost them, because they would have been just thrown out of the boat. You know, they would have just been gone.
Brenda had gone swim very well. She was screaming and struggling.
She obviously needed something to hold on to, and she had swallowed a lot of water and was gasping for air and kind of pushed onto me so that she could get her breath back. And I'm like, you know, Mum, you know, you're pushing me down.
Oh, Brenda, I got you. I got you.
It's just so strong, and we were being swept away. It was just incredible that Arthur was there when we needed him. Somehow, he managed to keep hold of the two of us.
We're all getting washed down together. We basically hung on to each other. It was very hard to swim against a strong current.
The boat has become snagged in the middle of the river.
Just relax, Brenda, relax.
Clive and Alistair are able to cling on to it while the current drags the others downstream.
Clive and I, we couldn't do much. We sat on the front of the boat and we watched them.
I had no idea where we were going. All I knew was that we were being swept away.
The current was really, really strong and was just sweeping us down. We were trying to make our way to shallow waters. We knew it was our only hope of survival.
Luckily, the current actually took us towards the middle of the river, which was slightly shallower.
It's a sandbank.
There was a submerged island.
The first thing I did is start vomiting because I swallowed half a Zambezi.
Alistair has seen his friends struggle against the current. He knows Clive would find it virtually impossible to make it to the sandbank.
Clive can hardly swim, so it was difficult because he couldn't say, hey, swim over to the sandbank or do this or do that. We just had to sit down and settle down onto the boat.
Arthur, Faye and Brenda aren't much better off.
When we finally got to where we could stand, it was kind of a relief, but we knew that it was just a temporary relief.
The river is full of crocodiles and very huge crocodiles that would have no fear of man. And I believe most of those crocodiles in that area just look at you as a food source. So definitely there's a big chance you will be eaten.
From his position on the boat, Alistair assesses the situation. The group's chances of being rescued on this remote stretch of the river are slim. He knows that every year hundreds of people die of crocodile attacks on the Zambezi. As the only single man in the group,
Arthur!
he takes a calculated risk.
I'm going to swim to that bank to get help. Don't risk it up.
He's crazy.
It was quite fast water. I started swimming slowly, I was a bit scared that splashing around the crocs I'd attract crocodiles. I was probably swept down 300-400 meters. I was pretty tired by then. I saw a little inlet up ahead, so I paddled into the inlet.
Out of sight from the others, Alistair finally reaches the safety of the riverbank.
As my feet touched the ground, I looked up. About 10 yards away, there was this crocodile in the water just looking at me. Scary. I didn't quite know what to do. I think I actually panicked. I decided the best thing to do is try go for the crocodile and maybe chase it. I went under the water just to try to see where the croc was. As I started to go towards the croc, it came for me.
going for my legs, and I pushed it away with my left hand. Its teeth cut my left hand up a bit, and it disappeared. It just latched straight onto my arm. It was just trying to really tear my arm off.
Alistair is trapped in a death roll, a spinning maneuver used by crocodiles to drown and dismember their prey.
I was getting pretty weak. I thought it was over, I really did. I couldn't see any way of getting out of it.
His right arm trapped in the crocodile's jaws, Alistair thinks of one last thing that might save him.
I took my left arm and tried to get it inside the crocodile's jaw. They've got a flap in the back of the throat which keeps the water out when they're underwater. I tried to reach that. The second I did that, once I got my other fingers inside the mouth, it let go.
The savage attack has broken Alistair's arm in 3 places. His shoulder joint has been ripped from its socket.
I was pretty scared I was going into shock. I was very weak. I lost a lot of blood.
All he can do to stem the blood loss is to make a tourniquet. Arthur, Faye and Brenda lost sight of Alistair soon after he was swept downriver. They have no idea that he has been attacked by a crocodile.
I distinctly heard him shouting, "Oh my God, oh my God." And we just thought he was exhausted and was just kind of relieved that he'd got to the other side.
Oh, God.
It was just such a terrible feeling. We weren't sure whether he'd lost an arm or a leg or where he'd been bitten.
Where? How bad? How bad are you hurt?
We weren't sure if he was going to make it through even the next hour, let alone the next day.
Alistair! Alistair!
With their best chance of rescue gone, Arthur decides to take matters into his own hands.
Arthur, what the hell are you doing?
I'm going for help.
I walked towards the Zimbabwe side of the river to see if we could swim across there.
He just went deeper and deeper into the water, and I just had these images of him being taken by a crocodile, and I couldn't handle that.
Don't go, don't be stupid!
Alistair's too hurt, he could die.
Well, you're not going to help him if you get yourself eaten, are you?
On the bank, there were several crocodiles laying there, so I wasn't about to jump in over there. And so I decided to return.
He realized that it was impossible. Every 10, 20 meters, there's a crocodile lying on the bank of the river. It's just hopeless. The whole situation was just hopeless.
Although Alistair is clear of the water, he is still vulnerable to attack.
I was worried about the croc coming back again. I wanted out of there as fast as I could. The sun was pretty hot, and there was one tree in this pile of rocks that I went and I sat under to try and sort my arm out.
Alistair's natural painkillers are beginning to wear off. He's feeling the full force of his injuries. The slightest movement is agony. Clive is still stranded in the middle of the river. And now the boat is beginning to sink.
Can't stay there. He left us onto it.
Dad! You're gonna have to swim over to us!
I know.
My dad had no choice but to swim, because if the boat went down in the night, then he would just disappear. He wouldn't have stood a chance.
Brenda!
It was just such an awful experience to watch, and terrifying, not knowing at any moment when he was going to be taken by a crocodile.
Come on!
And Clive also has to struggle against the erratic currents of the Zambezi.
Although he was swimming as much as he could towards us,
That's it, Dad!
he was just going further and further away.
Oh, God.
Come on, Clive!
Yes.
It seemed to take forever.
Great! Keep at it!
I can't tell you what a relief that was, that my dad was alive and had made it.
On shore, only a few hundred yards away, Alistair's agony is intensifying. His wound is becoming a poisonous time bomb.
I had nothing to wash it out with properly. The arm was full of rubbish.
Alistair knows that bacteria from the crocodile's bite will have entered his bloodstream. Untreated, he could easily lose his arm to gangrene.
Gangrene is pretty serious. A friend of mine, he got chewed by a lion. You know, he got to hospital within 8 hours, but he still lost his leg.
Too weak to move. If the gangrene doesn't get Alistair, the predators might. Stranded in the middle of the crocodile-infested Zambezi, the others know they've lost their only chance of rescue. Any hope of being found before sunset is fading fast.
What's in your mind?
No one's going to come by. The area is so remote that the chances, I would say, are very, very slim. You're very lucky if help does come your way out there.
Can't possibly survive in the river.
What you two are spring about?
Arthur wants to swim for it.
No way, we've been through this already.
We've got to do something.
There are too many crocs.
Yeah, we can't just sit here.
Arthur, wait.
Arthur thought that he may try and swim towards the Zambian side, so he could see how badly Alistair was injured. But I knew that I couldn't bear him to go. That I would not be able to make it without him.
Please.
Maybe maybe we could all swim together. It'd be a big mass then, and that might scare anything off.
Mum? Mum, do you think you can?
I'll try.
But I found it very, very hard to get back into the water. We were all so out of our element. I just freaked.
No, it's no use right now.
I just started to panic and said, I can't do it. I just cannot go through with this. I can't go across.
Sorry, current.
Definitely, you get a sense of, well, frustration out of the fact that there's nothing you can really do besides stand there and wait for help.
They all face the prospect of a terrifying night with no hope of rescue.
It's a terrible feeling knowing that somebody is lying, bleeding to death, and that you are unable to do anything about it. I can't tell you how terrible that makes you feel. We shouted across at him until the sun started going down. And then the hyenas started calling.
When the sun went down, we all decided not to call to Alistair. If he had called back to us, it would have just alerted any predator within range that Alistair was there.
Night is the most dangerous time in the African bush. Leopards, lions, and hyenas can detect the scent of blood from several miles away.
I could hear the lions calling and the hyenas, but when they stop, you don't know where they are, because you don't know if they're coming your direction or going away. I thought I could be in for a tough night. I just got these stones together so that if something did come up that night, I could at least throw a rock at it.
When it got really dark, the wind picked up and it really got cold. I was absolutely freezing and my teeth were chattering and I just couldn't get warm.
It was extremely cold. Definitely, you are in extreme danger by standing in the river because there is a very good chance that a crocodile will come and get you during the night.
Let's get in a ring.
We decided that we'll all huddle together.
We're rolling already. Try and keep a lookout on all sides.
The more sets of eyes you got looking all around you, the more chance you have of seeing a crocodile coming from behind or from the left or from the front. So we're all looking in different directions just in case the crocodile came from another side.
We were straining to see into the water, and all the time you're thinking about crocodiles. Those huge snapping jaws, gaping mouths. It was just a terrifying thought.
What's that?
Oh my God. It's coming closer. It's still coming.
Holy cross!
In the tiny bit of light that there was, the vegetation that was coming down, branches, clumps of reeds, all of them looked like a potential crocodile.
We were all very vulnerable. Yet the worst thing was not knowing what had happened to Alistair or if he was going to make it till the morning. The hyenas started coming closer. The lions moved closer. We were just worried that they would pick up the blood trail and by the morning, Alistair would be no more.
I was worried I'd left a blood trail when I walked out. And I was worried something had picked that up and come following it. I was worried about the lion and hyena. There's a lot of them around the area. I heard grazing, and I looked up. And I saw the buffalo. I was looking right at it, it looked at me. If you get into their danger zone, or they're wounded or sick, buffaloes is really pretty dangerous. Kill a lot of people every year. For some reason it came and lay down 10 yards away. I just can't believe it happened. It's just so totally abnormal behavior. Normally they'd never do anything like that if there was a human being around. That thing lying there was just amazing. It was just like a little sentry lying there, big sentry.
The darkness all around us just seemed to make you realize just how vulnerable you were in that great vastness. You were a nothing, and things were just out of your control.
It passed everybody's mind that there's a good chance that we may not make it till the morning, especially in Faye's case. She was worried that she may never ever see her kids again.
At the time, I daredn't even think, and when I did, I just went cold. It was just such a terrible experience.
What's that?
It was like a slapping sound. Arthur said that is a crocodile slapping its tail, and it's not far from here.
You could distinctly see it was a crocodile.
We could see the jagged edge of his tail as he came closer and closer.
Suddenly everything is awake. Your ears, your eyes.
A big panic.
Wait, look at
When something is coming directly to you, you fear the worst.
Wait, look at
As we hit the water with the paddle, it veered off into the mainstream.
We were on tenterhooks after that, looking around in case another crocodile did come by.
The pain had set in during the night. If I moved a little bit, it got pretty serious. If I stayed in one position, I was fine.
Alistair knows the worst thing he could do now is fall asleep. If he does, he could slip into unconsciousness, and with wounds this serious, his body could shut down and he could be dead by morning. But he's lost a lot of blood. He can't keep himself awake. On the river, everyone is suffering.
Standing for such a long period of time, we did get really tired. Our backs were aching. We were freezing cold.
The water's warm. I want to sit down a while.
Arthur wanted to sit down.
It was warmer in the water than it was out the water. The water was actually warmer.
I said to him, you can't sit down because you're going to get wet and then you're going to get cold and then hypothermia. I said, we've just got to get through this. We've got 2 children to think about and they need us. When the daylight finally came, it was just such a sense of relief because we had made it through the night. But we had worried that Alistair had bled to death. I mean, we had no idea what had happened to him and how badly injured he was. That was such a terrible feeling because you always think of the worst. And physically and mentally, we were just exhausted.
After almost 20 hours stranded in the water, the group are desperate.
We were thinking, well, you know, it's another day and somebody has got to come past.
What's that? There. There. There.
We saw some white dots on the horizon.
They're coming this way.
It looked like a white boat, and we were just thrilled.
Over here! Over here! Help! Hey! This way! Over here!
Turned out there were cattle egrets flying towards us. And our hopes were shattered.
It was devastating.
Damn it!
As the birds flew off. Just felt so helpless, completely helpless.
On the sandbank, the group are becoming desperate. Clive, Brenda, Faye and Arthur have now been stranded in the middle of the Zambezi River for almost 20 hours. It's over 12 hours since they last heard from Alistair. They have no idea if he's still alive.
There was this pain, just like needles all over the place, especially on my arm. I didn't realize what it was at first until I managed to sit up And I realized there were ants biting me. These safari ants.
Safari ants are one of the most vicious insects in the world. They've been drawn to Alistair by the scent of his blood. But their bites trigger a surge of adrenaline through his body, snapping him out of unconsciousness and probably saving his life. Alistair forces himself to move on.
It was tough going. I couldn't stand up. I had to sort of bent over, using my left arm on my knee to try and keep support.
Alistair realizes he's the only one who can find help for the others. But it's now 24 hours since the crocodile attack. He's lost a lot of blood. He's weak and disorientated.
I heard a boat, and I was far from the river. I thought I'd never get down to the river in time.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
There must have been an aeroplane or something, because it definitely wasn't a boat.
Despite the threat of crocodiles, Alistair loses consciousness. On the sandbank, the others are beginning to lose hope. It turns out that Alistair did hear a boat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought, surely they're going to come across. I tried to shout, couldn't get it out. They started to move off.
On the river, his friends can do nothing but await their fate.
Canoes.
Amanda, just dance.
I can see them there. There.
Incredibly, some canoeists have ventured this far down the river.
They'd seen us, and they thought, well, what strange people fishing in the middle of the river. I can't tell you how that felt, really. I mean, it was just a sense of relief. We were going to be all right. It was also still worry for Alistair. We hadn't heard from Alistair for several hours.
Eventually, the couple across the river spotted Alistair. They took him to safety, where he was reunited with the others. Despite his terrible injuries, surgeons were able to save Alistair's arm. He and Arthur still take regular fishing trips together on that same stretch of the Zambezi. Clive and Brenda still visit Africa regularly.
Mr. and Mrs. Kelly won't go fishing with us anymore, but...
Faye spends most of her weekends in the bush, but she rarely goes out on the river.
I always feel anxious when I get in a boat, even now, after all these years. It's just such a terrible experience. But we all survived, all 5 of us.
Five Boy Scouts and their leaders take on one of the toughest trails in the Grand Canyon.
How comes it's so hot?
But they're soon at the mercy of a freak heat wave. And as their water runs out, what started out as a fun adventure quickly turns into a fight for survival. 3 15-year-old boys risk their lives in a desperate race to find water. After camping out for a night close to the Grand Canyon's north rim, 5 Boy Scouts from Utah are about to make their very first descent to the bottom of the canyon. 3 of the boys are close friends.
Is that bacon? Yeah.
15-year-old Mark Coons has been a scout for 4 years.
Could have done with some of that this morning.
We're saving it for big breakfast tomorrow.
Scouting was really a big thing for me. I'm an Eagle Scout, which is the highest rank in the Boy Scouting program, and so it's meant a lot in my life.
Mark is friends with Jordan Weiniger, who goes to the same high school in Bountiful, Utah.
Every one of us boys, we'd grown up in the same neighborhood, gone to school together, and so we were excited to spend some time to bond and to have fun with each other.
It's still kind of heavy with all this water.
Nah, it's all that bacon I'm hearing about.
First rule of hiking, always be nice to the guy carrying the breakfast.
It's a good point, Mark. Maybe I should take that back.
Dream on.
Making up the trio of friends is David Phillips.
Check his roll.
He's the most experienced hiker of the 3. It's June, and the day is shaping up to be blisteringly hot. The leaders are following the first rule of Grand Canyon hiking. Take water and plenty of it.
Okay, boys, don't leave anything behind. It's a real deal today. We're going over the rim.
Guy Davis is the Scouts' leader.
Most of the boys that went, I knew very well. They were about as high as kites. They were excited for the experience.
I still remember my first time in the canyon.
Veteran hiker Lauren Pace is in charge of navigation.
Earl.
He's also brought his brother Earl along.
They're having a good time. Yeah, why not? Time of their lives.
After a couple of hours hiking, the boys reach the canyon's north rim.
When you walk around that corner and you see a huge panoramic view of cliffs, that go a mile down, there's nothing like it.
It's the biggest canyon on Earth, 18 miles wide and nearly a mile deep in parts. Its sheer size makes it one of the world's most extreme hiking environments.
That's where we're going. All the way.
Whoa. It's amazing. This place is incredible.
The scale of what they're taking on hits home.
We're going all the way down there.
If you get bored of hiking, there's always the fast way down.
The group have already hiked 3 hours to their first night's camp. Now they'll make their descent, following the unmarked Little Nankoweap Creek bed. It's a tough hike with steep descents that drops 4,000 feet down to the Colorado River. There they'll fill up on water and take an easier route back up. The whole trip should take around 7 days. An hour on from the canyon rim, the group reaches the end of the official route. From here on, they'll be off trail all the way down.
The trail ended, and then it got very rocky. That's when we saw the difficulty of what the hike was going to be.
Jordan is right to be wary. Every year, some 300 hikers get into trouble here, and about 200 of them have to be airlifted out by rescue services. Around 10 more aren't so lucky and die here. And going off-trail in the canyon intensifies the risk.
Yep, this is it, fellas. The big chute.
The chute is a rocky gully over a mile long, an extreme descent over boulders, loose rock, and gravel. Jordan immediately sees how tough this will be.
It was turning into a hike that, was getting a little more dangerous.
They have no radio, and they're out of mobile phone range. If anyone gets hurt, they're on their own.
It was really steep.
As the most experienced hiker, David takes it in his stride.
Pack's off, guys.
Mark is a little more cautious.
You'd have to climb down a big rock and hand packs down to other people.
I got it.
So at that point, it wasn't just a hike, it was more of a climb.
A section of loose shale makes the going even tougher.
If you did put your foot wrong or something, you definitely could take a nasty fall, maybe not stop until you go all the way down to the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
After an hour of hot and exhausting scrambling, even Scout leader Guy is struggling.
It's very difficult to keep your footing as you were sliding down.
God, you okay?
I hit a log straight on, and it just, I managed to catch it with the part of the body you should never hit a log with, and literally knocked the wind out of me considerably.
You okay to stand? Come on, let me take this pack. On 3, 2, 3.
Careful.
It's a lucky escape. It could have been much worse. 2 hours after starting down the chute, the exhausted group reaches the bottom. They've descended over 1,000 feet. Now, there's no going back. The temperature has been climbing all day. It's touching 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
so hot.
It's gotta be a freak thing. It'll be colder tomorrow.
In fact, a freak heat wave has hit the canyon. The temperature's heading for 108 degrees, much hotter than anyone expected.
Lauren had been the year before, and it was hot, but not 110 degrees hot, you know, not cook you alive hot.
We had anticipated that the temperature would be in the 90s. 90-degree weather would have been bad enough.
And the route down offers no protection from the ferocious sun.
This is when we realized that we don't have any shade. We're not going to have any shade from now on.
There's nowhere to hide. It's constantly beating down on you.
That's just draining us and dehydrating us.
Just a day into the hike, things are beginning to go badly wrong.
We were alarmed that we were going through the water as fast as we were.
In the searing heat, they've already gone through 3/4 of their water. The only place they're going to get more is the Colorado River. But it's over 2,000 feet down, and they're still a day and a half's hard hiking away. In this heat, they'll run out long before they get there.
As we were hiking, that's all we could think about was the river, of getting to the river.
But the boys are about to find out that blistering heat isn't the only hazard they face.
Dave, don't move. You got a scorpion on your back.
One sting could immobilize David.
Hold still.
Careful. You think it could kill you?
I don't know. I don't really want to find out.
It's a reminder of just how hostile the canyon is. As well as scorpions, there are thousands of rattlesnakes. Stepping on one would be all too easy. And getting bitten out here miles from medical help could be fatal.
Come on, let's go.
That afternoon, the temperature tops 108 degrees. By 7 that evening, they've had enough.
Okay, guys, this is it for the night.
We were really exhausted. We were just grateful to be off of our feet. We were grateful to have the sun down off of us.
David does his best to keep his friends' morale up.
Hey, guys! Guys, come here. You can see the river. It's miles away, Dave.
When I first saw the river, all I could think was, that is still very, very far away. So it was really worrisome to me that it was so hot and that I was running low on water.
Just think about running in that river and drinking pints of icy water. A couple of hours in the morning and we'll be there.
In fact, they're still a tough day's hike from the river, and their water is almost gone.
We begin to say, gee whiz, am I going to be able to make it down to the river tomorrow? Have I got enough water?
Their obsession with every drop of water is becoming overwhelming.
Hey, Jordan, don't let it boil. It's a waste.
Just gonna heat it a little. Hey, George, they're much better dry. They're nutritious and delicious. It's like having loads of little worms in your mouth, just wriggling about.
I'm not hungry.
Come on, Mark. You gotta eat something.
I thought it was odd that I wasn't hungry after all that work all day. I don't know if that's some kind of side effect of dehydration or not. Definitely that night I was starting to feel a little shocked and surprised that something I thought would be so fun was starting to turned into something that was so scary and so worrisome to me. And I felt like I had started to lose control of the situation that I was in.
Dave?
Yeah?
Are we gonna get through this?
Come on. We'll get up early before the sun gets down on us. And by the afternoon, we'll be at the river.
I'm gonna stay there all afternoon.
Before sunup. That's when we need to get going.
Like David, Jordan is convinced there's only one way to avoid being cooked by the sun again.
We knew that we had to get up early. We knew that we had to beat the sun, that if we didn't, we knew that we would be in trouble.
But by the time the exhausted group is ready to go, the day is already blisteringly hot.
I know that when we did begin hiking, I don't remember what time it was, but the sun was on us. It was hot.
We could feel our bodies were dehydrating. We could feel the heat.
They're sweating up to 4 pints of water an hour and dehydrating fast. They face exhaustion, hallucinations, and as their blood pressure drops, collapse. Just before noon, they face yet another ordeal. A grueling descent down a steep, rocky chute. The few hours the boys hoped it would take to reach the river have long passed, and they're not even close. And now, the water situation is critical.
Is that it?
You?
Not a drop.
David shared a lot of his water.
Who wants it?
He gave the most of his water to anybody.
Go on, Jordan.
Thanks.
That's it.
Their life-saving water has gone, and they're still a good half day from the river.
I knew that we were out of water. I knew that, if we fooled around or wasted our time, I knew that we would run into trouble.
Come on. Let's get to the river.
Guy is struggling most in the unrelenting heat. He's fallen behind the rest of the group.
It was like being in an oven. I was physically exhausted.
Severe dehydration is putting Guy's body under intolerable pressure. Finally, it just gives out.
If you take a deep breath, that sensation that you have where you can feel the oxygen going through your body, I couldn't do that. The best I could do is reach a shallow breath, basically.
Hey, where's Guy?
By the time the group realize he's not with them, they're hundreds of feet further down the chute.
Guy! I need some help up here! Can't you get down? I can't. I gotta take a break.
At that point, I began to really question whether I'd ever make it down to the river.
We need to keep going.
Look, we can't just leave him. There's some shade here. We'll sit in the shade and wait for him to catch up. We can't leave him behind.
But Jordan thinks that waiting for Guy could be a fatal mistake.
If we don't go now, we're all gonna die. I'm not just gonna sit here and wait and die.
When Lauren said we needed to wait for Guy, I was mad. I knew that if we didn't leave, that we would die.
What he needs is water. Let's get down to the river and get him some. Come on.
It's a tough call. If they leave Guy behind, he could die, but waiting for him to catch up could kill them all.
Okay. Guy! We gotta get down! Get some water! We're coming back! We're coming back with water!
I'll look after the boys!
I had never heard a tone like that in anyone's voice before. That kind of fear or anything like that ever in my life. Just, it changes you when you hear something like that.
It's difficult to leave somebody behind, but when it's your own life, you need to do what you need to do.
Two hours later, the whole group is desperate for water.
Anybody got any water left?
No, I'm out.
Then Lauren remembers something that might just save their lives.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a creek runs up there. Half a mile along the ridge. There was water in that creek last June.
I'll go. Give me some cans.
See trees along the creek bank, okay?
In these conditions, the extra hour of hiking puts a huge strain on David's dehydrated body. But if he finds water, it'll be worth it. The creek is dry as dust.
Hey, Mark. Mark, wake up. Wake up. There was nothing there. Just an empty riverbed.
It was very difficult. We had no idea where water was, how we were going to get there, when we'd get there, or how much longer we'd last.
After 6 hours tough hiking, they're still a long way from the river. The temperature has climbed to a searing 112 degrees Fahrenheit. Dehydration and exhaustion are taking their toll.
Our bodies became weak very fast. Our pace that we were walking slowed down extremely.
For 71-year-old Lauren Pace, enough is enough.
Lauren, you okay?
Don't fuss. I'm okay. I'm okay. Listen, guys. The sun is a killer. There's some shade here.
We should wait till it's dark.
Lauren reckons that hiking at night will be less strain on their dehydrated bodies. But the boys think that if they stay here, it could be the last thing they ever do. There's no easy answer.
There was a feeling among the boys that if we stayed there, that we would die, and it was urgent, not something that we could just sit around and wait for.
It's hours till sunset. We stay here till night, we're all dead.
Well, Lauren knows where to go.
Right, so he can tell us where to go. Come on. You want to just sit here, or do you want to do something?
Let's do it.
Mark? Okay.
Going against their leader's advice is a big decision for the boys.
Lauren, we need to go on.
You shouldn't travel in this heat.
We're going.
When we left Lauren and Earl under that rock in the shade, it didn't feel like even a decision at all. It was more like, we have to.
Armed with directions, the boys head out. They're determined to reach the river and bring water back for the others. Back up the canyon, Guy is deteriorating. His fluid levels are so low that his body has cut off the supply to his sweat glands.
I can't believe a time in my life when I wanted to sweat. I knew that if I could sweat, that it would cool down my body. And I physically tried to will myself to do that, and I couldn't do it.
Without cooling sweat, any physical exertion could send his temperature spiraling out of control. If it reaches 108 degrees Fahrenheit, his brain will begin to die. Guy is trapped. If he tries to hike out, it could kill him.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Further down the canyon, Lauren is worried about the three boys hiking alone and sends his brother and the other scouts after them. But the three boys are making good progress, and they're now way ahead. They're less than a mile from the river. They just need to make the final descent.
Must be those rocks Lauren was talking about.
But somewhere they've gone horribly wrong. Instead of the safe route down they were expecting, they've reached a sheer 200-foot drop.
We could not see any way down it.
It's a dead end.
There's no way down.
Their water has run out, their leader has collapsed, and the three 15-year-old boys are on their own. Their desperate bid to reach the Colorado River is over. It's the final straw. They've run into a dead end, a sheer 200-foot drop.
What do we do?
I don't know, Mark. Nothing, I guess.
The river's out of reach. And with the group not expected back for 6 more days, there's no hope of anyone sending out a search party in time. Now, all they can think of is getting out of the sun. Back up the canyon, Scout leader Guy is also losing hope. Out of sheer desperation, he comes up with a plan to make himself visible to any passing planes.
As I laid there, I knew that it would be hard for someone to see me because I was down below the level. I took out a emergency blanket.
Guy is totally alone and virtually helpless. It's his darkest hour.
When I realized how much of my strength it took just to do that, I was absolutely certain that there was no way out without help from somebody else.
Sheltering under cliff-top boulders, the boys realize they face a slow and painful death from dehydration.
In my mind, I knew we were gonna die. You're weak, your body hurts and aches, you have headaches. I just remember not knowing if I'd ever get up from that position. I remember that could be the last place I'd be, is under that rock.
It was a pretty sad situation there, you know. And I was almost turned 16. I wasn't gonna get to drive or anything. You know, you think about your family, that you're not gonna see your mom again or your dad, and it's really sad.
Even David, the optimist of the group, is struggling to see a way out.
I'd asked David a couple times by now, David, do you think that we're gonna make it? Are we gonna die?
We are gonna make it, aren't we?
And most of the time he'd be like, oh, Mark, of course we're gonna make it. You're fine, don't worry about it, okay?
I think we might die here.
This is the first time I heard David say, you know, Mark, I think we might. I think we might die.
Hey, Jordan, can you get me a pen?
Why?
I want to write a letter to my mom and dad, you know. Say goodbye.
Don't be stupid, Dave. We're not gonna die.
I was telling him that, not to give us confidence or not to give us hope, but I almost said it just so that I didn't have to go get him one. So I didn't want to move from that spot. I physically couldn't. I was just gonna lay there to die, and I didn't want to do anything else.
The boys start to drift in and out of consciousness.
I had a dream of myself in a coffin. You know, my family walked by, but my littlest brother just broke down in tears, covered his eyes. I woke up, and I was like, I don't want to die. I had no idea where I was going, and I'm not a mountaineer or anything like that, but I decided we can't stay here. I took my backpack and I chucked it off the cliff, you know, so I hoped that I was going to make it down to pick it up again.
Mark threw his backpack over and said, you know, this is what we need to do.
Trying to climb down the sheer cliff in his weakened state is near suicidal. But Mark's made his mind up. He's going to get down or die trying.
Come on, guys. We gotta do it.
Even for experienced climbers, this would be a dangerous descent. But Mark has no ropes and has never rock climbed in his life.
Guys, you can do it.
I thought we were gonna die anyways. To me, death was gonna happen. And so it seemed like anything would be better, even if it was a ridiculous plan.
Hey, Dave. How are we gonna get back up this? To the others.
We knew that it would be too difficult to get back to the top of that. And at that time we knew that there's no way we'd be able to make it back to them with water.
But the boys have no choice.
We climbed down that cliff, which was very frightening to me, because I knew that if any of us fell, we would die.
Hey! I can hear it! The river!
You okay, Dave? My eyes are going funny.
It's a terrifying climb, but David and Jordan finally make it down as well.
It was a sheer cliff that I couldn't do again. I think we were all amazed that we were still alive, I guess.
But David is in trouble.
You okay, Dave?
He's showing early symptoms of heat stroke. He needs water fast.
I'm cool. Come on.
Back up the chute, Guy is so dehydrated he can barely move. He's now at the mercy of the canyon and its inhabitants.
There was a rather large rattlesnake that was a few feet away from me.
The western diamondback rattlesnake is one of the most aggressive snakes in the US. A bite from an adult can deliver enough venom to kill in as little as 6 hours.
I remember experiencing the fear that that snake would turn and sense my body heat.
Guy is so weak he can't move out of striking range.
And that experience lasted for about an hour while that snake was there.
At last, the snake moves away. Since making it down the cliff, the boys have walked for over an hour, but they still hadn't reached the river.
We could hear the water, and it seemed so close. But as we go around one corner, and then the next corner, and then the next corner, you know, each corner we thought it was the next one, and it wasn't. I just remember how bad we wanted the water. Our tongues were like a rock wrapped with sandpaper. The pain of it was just excruciating. I remember Dave complaining about his vision.
Come on, Dave. You're nearly there.
And he was shaking. All of us were. We got to an area where there was a tree that had fallen.
David was leaning against a tree, and I was like, hey, we're almost there, guys. And at that point, David collapsed.
David? Dave? You okay?
Me and Mark went over to him.
Dave.
And I remember seeing Dave's eyes roll back in his head, and his breathing is really jumpy.
Hear us.
And I just knew that we were in trouble.
The three boys are in a remote part of the canyon, and dehydration has finally made 15-year-old David collapse with heat stroke. With little chance of help, the situation is desperate.
Say something, David.
I'd taken first aid merit badge, as a scout.
David?
They train you for extreme situations like this. I knew it was very serious.
Hey, Jordan. You guys get to the river. Bring back water. We're gonna get you some water, all right?
And as I went around the first corner, I could see the water, and it was about 100 yards away. And I remember getting to the water and just being so grateful. I just knew I needed a drink. I wanted it so bad. And so I took a drink out of the water, but I knew that there was a higher priority, that Dave needed the water.
Why isn't he swallowing it? Pour it on him.
So the next thing we could think to do was to pour it on him to cool him off.
Come on, man. I'm out. I'll go. Hurry, okay? Hurry!
I got to the river, and I took my bottles and I was filling them up and drinking a little bit. And when I pulled up the water bottle, I could not believe it. I saw two big yellow rafts coming around the corner.
Hey! Hey, over here, help! Hey! My friend is dying! Help me!
The next thing I knew is I heard Mark yelling, "Help!" from the distance, and I was just hoping for something.
It's an incredible stroke of luck. A minute earlier or later, and the rafters would have passed by without finding the boys.
David, David, can you hear me?
What's more, the rafting party is made up of off-duty doctors and paramedics.
Let's get him back down, let's get him wet.
That was such a great relief to me to know that there's somebody here that knows how to take care of Dave.
Mayday, mayday.
David is in good hands, but with night falling, there's no chance of a helicopter rescue before dawn.
Seemed forever that they were working on him, not knowing if he's gonna make it, not knowing if he'll die.
He's still hypothermic.
It was dark, so I can't really put a time on it, but somewhere around 10 that night, the one that said he was a doctor came over and said, "I'm sorry to inform you, but your friend has just passed away."
Sorry.
And it was a hard experience.
I think it really tore apart our hearts, knowing that our friend was gone.
By the time rescue helicopters arrive the next morning, Earl and the other boys have made it down to the river. Thanks to his emergency blanket, Guy was quickly located, while Lauren was finally found wandering alone in the canyon. They're all devastated by the news of David's death.
It's so weird, and it changes your perspective on death when someone you know and someone you've seen and been with an hour before, or a couple hours before, and it was vibrant and wonderful and happy, and then he's gone.
10 years on, Jordan is a policeman in Utah, and Mark is training to be a dentist. They're still good friends. Neither of them will ever forget David Phillips, and both men stay in touch with David's family.